May 13th, 2020 to order. I'll ask that everybody be patient as we work our way through the virtual meeting process. I'd ask the TC members to please activate their video and keep them activated during the meeting. Joe, would you like to read the instructions for everyone, please?
Sure. Welcome to our virtual Transportation Commission meeting of May 13th, 2020. We are going to go over a few basic items before beginning. To the members of the Transportation Commission and city staff, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair and staff are responsible for muting and unmuting commission members. Please use the raise hand function to indicate that you wish to speak. This can be found by clicking participants at the bottom of your screen. A list of participants will open to the right, and you can find the raise hands feature at the bottom of the participants list. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. This includes staff who are being asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Please wait for the chair to unmute you before speaking. Please be mindful that during any roll call, everyone will be unmuted until completed, at which time the chair will place panelists back on mute. Voting will be considered unanimous. However, if you object to a unanimous vote, please use the raise hand feature when the chair asks for objections, and a roll call will be taken. Members of the public who have registered to speak. When your name is called, staff will find your name, matching the name you provided in the registration, and permit you to speak. If your name does not match, you will not be permitted to speak. Please wait until you are unmuted to begin talking. Staff will tell you when your time is up. If you need to share documentation with the Transportation Commission, please send it via email to PCMcGuigan, which is PM P McGuigan, sorry. That is PMCGUIGAN. Again, PMCGUIGAN at cityofmadison.com. Unless there are questions of you, you will not be able to speak for the remainder of the meeting. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Joe. Patrick, would you call the roll, please? I need to unmute everybody. If I could ask staff to remute themselves, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Okay. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Jessica Piat. Not here. Bill Bremer.
Present.
Ken Stride.
Present.
All right. Bridget Brown.
Yes.
Okay. Alder Foster. And Alder Tierney.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to Bill Bremer, who noticed minor correction was needed in the minutes. On item number 8, the same person was noted as moving and seconding the motion, so that was corrected and distributed to everybody right before the meeting by Patrick. So those would be the minutes that we would be reviewing right now. Is there a motion to approve? Harold? Is there a second? Bill? Is there any discussion? Okay, if there's any objection to a unanimous consent vote in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, I see no hands raised, so we'll record unanimous consent vote. Are there any disclosures and recusals? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Okay. Patrick, do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda?
No.
Okay. Okay. First, we have item number 2. Let me find and unmute the mayor. Madam Mayor is going to make opening comments. Welcome, Madam Mayor, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Anne, for the invitation to join. And thank you to all of you, both for your service and for your patience with our virtual meeting format, and for your support both of the emergency orders and the work that staff has been doing to keep our transportation system going through this pandemic. I'm very appreciative of how much work it is, certainly for staff, but also for all of you to continue to do this job in these conditions. It's a lot to adjust to. It, as Anne can attest, I think dramatically changes the way that we run meetings. A lot more to remember, but I'm again appreciative of Anne, of your efforts and your work to do this, and of everybody's efforts to be here. I as you know, we are in the midst of pandemic, and that has changed a very large number of things about how the city does business, including how committees meet. And I am grateful to Transportation Commission for being one of the bodies that is really essential and has continued its work throughout this. Not every committee is meeting because of our limited IT staff capacity, although we are trying to stand up more committees as quickly as we can. It's complicated on all fronts, as I know you all know, because you've been through the trainings and the issues. But I'm glad that you are able to continue doing your work. I want to start with just a little bit of the big picture, and apologies to those of you who have heard this already, either because you heard me talk at TPBB or perhaps in other forums. But I do want to be comprehensive for those of you who have not gotten this big picture yet. The city has been working since January, since the end of January, to respond to COVID-19. And our focus has been on preventing and addressing community spread of the virus. And from a public health perspective, everything that we're doing is really focused on reducing transmission, because there isn't yet a specific cure or vaccine. We're hopeful that there will be one, hopefully not too distant future. But right now, because of the nature of the virus, our most powerful tool is to prevent transmission. And our main goal is to reduce the number of infections and thus the number of serious cases, and to preserve capacity in our healthcare system. And so that's why safer at home. That's why limits on gathering. It's why physical distancing. It's why face covering. It's why you wash your hands. All of that is geared towards preventing transmission. So I appreciate everything that you all have been doing individually and collectively to help with that, because Dane County has been doing relatively well. Our caseload is not high. It is growing, but it's not growing quickly. And I think that we collectively have done a really good job at lessening the impact on our community from a public health perspective. We have at the city pivoted a number of our operations to deal with this. We've had an emergency operations center going for months now. That's got about 100 people who are working on it in one way or another, some of them full-time, some of them part-time. We have redeployed employees across the city from work that they are either not able to do or is considered less essential to more essential work. One big example is we redeployed a number of people towards the election. But there are many other things that we're redeploying. Right now, a big focus is on parks. and there will be more things going forward. But we're trying to keep everybody working to the best of our ability. And that will continue. One of the unique things about a pandemic in the world of emergency operations is that it doesn't stop. At some point a flood stops, a fire gets put out, a tornado is done. Pandemics keep going. And so we are in the position of needing to continue our emergency operations work while at the same time starting to think about recovery. And so that's where we are right now. We're starting to think about recovery. We're starting to put together planning around slowly and safely reopening different city services when the time is right, and then focusing more broadly on our community and the ways in which we can help the community recover both from the pandemic, but also from the economic impacts of the pandemic. To that end, we work very closely with Public Health, Madison-Dane County. If you're not all on their social media, I encourage you to be or to check their website. They have a really great data dashboard that shares information about tests and cases and demographics, and more to come there. The city also has a weekly newsletter that you can sign up for, and you can sign up to get text alerts from the city. So if you go to the city's front page, cityofmadison.com, there's a great dashboard on city services, and you'll see links to sign up for things. I want to say just a little bit about the process of reopening. We cannot say a date. We can only talk about data, and we will be guided by the data. We will be guided by public health recommendations. Again, the goal is to prevent the overextension of the healthcare system, and to make sure that we have enough capacity to test, which is increased greatly this week because now we have the community testing center at the Alliant Energy Center. So anyone can go get tested there. You also are likely to be able to get a test at your healthcare home. So your primary care provider can arrange for a test for you if you want one. And frankly, if you've got that option, you should use it rather than going to Alliant because you'll get your results a lot sooner. Most of our healthcare systems locally are also now providing the antibody test that will tell you not if you have the virus now, but if you had the virus in the past. So that's available to many people as well. The other piece of capacity that we need in order to be comfortable reopening is contact tracing. And this is something where public health has been dramatically beefing up their ability to do contact tracing. And I feel very good about our capacity there right now. I also feel good about our healthcare capacity. And so really the missing piece has been testing. As we get more tests done, we will have better information about the prevalence of the disease, particularly the prevalence of asymptomatic folks, that will give us better information about how to safely prevent transmission. I am convinced that our efforts are working and they have been saving lives. And so again, thank you for everything that you're doing. Beyond the public health picture, the way that I have been thinking about this is that really, the pandemic changes everything. Nothing will be the same. This is a completely worldwide, unprecedented. I guess it's not unprecedented. It happened 90 years ago, but it's a worldwide game changer, I think. And what we're seeing is that this country is going into an economic depression. I think there are really big question marks about how quickly we pull out of that. We've got here at the City of Madison dramatic budget impacts. This year alone, we have a $30 million budget deficit. Next year, we're looking at least as much, again, that we'll have to fill in terms of a budget gap. So there's some economically some really big challenges. On the other hand, there's some things that have changed that are maybe a little brighter. Our greenhouse gas emissions worldwide are down dramatically, and it'd be great if we could continue that trend. We have here in Madison, our VMT is down quite a lot, obviously. Another, that raises all sorts of questions about how we can take advantage of that. While on the other hand, our pedestrian and bike traffic is holding fairly steady. Although shifting, I think it's more recreational than commuter than it was. And so that's interesting to think about, again, how we take that into account going forward. In the early days of, just after we found that we had community spread here in Madison, we had to make a bunch of decisions relatively quickly about city services, and particularly as that relates to transportation. So we did a number of things quickly, some of which you have heard in depth about, some of which maybe you haven't heard as much about. But for example, we relaxed parking regulations, both to allow people or encourage people to stay home, but also to make it easier for restaurants to do curbside pickup and delivery services. Now that we have more businesses starting to open, we'll likely need to look at more of that. We modified Metro's schedule and changed their operations in a number of ways. We worked closely with healthcare to make sure that their essential workers actually were being served by the Metro service hours, something that we'll need to continue to do. We looked at, so just on Metro, and again, forgive me if you've heard all this before, but we've upped our cleaning protocols. We're doing backdoor boarding and fare free. We've capped ridership at 15 per bus. All things that we're going to need to look at how that shifts going forward as we ease out of the greater restrictions into something lesser. Staff, I think at Metro have been amazing through this, and I'm really incredibly grateful to everyone there. It has had an impact. Certainly it's a very stressful situation for people, and it's also had a pretty dramatic budget impact. Operational costs are up about 20%. Fare box is down, obviously, to nothing right now, but projecting about 50% over time. And this is going to have a lot of long-term impacts for us. We haven't made any decisions here yet, and there's a lot of uncertainty, but I think that it's going to be difficult to imagine that we are able to restore Metro service to exactly what it was pre-pandemic this year. I think there's a lot of questions about how quickly people are going to be willing to come back on the bus. Although, frankly, those buses are way cleaner than the inside of my car. So maybe people should have a little more confidence, but there are some real public health questions, and I think we're really going to have to address a number of things. There's also just the financial reality that with costs up 20%, it's going to be hard to come back to 100% of service without more funding, which of course we don't have. So there's a lot of work to do there, but I like to think that there are a lot of opportunities for us to think outside of the box, and to think about fare collection, to think about partnerships, to grow ridership, to think about the pass programs, to think about how we message around transit service and what it does for our city. So this is just one way in which I think that, I appreciate in advance you all thinking really creatively and innovatively about how we restore both Metro service and Metro ridership. One plus for Metro is that we have a new general manager. So Justin Sternberg is here, and I'm delighted that even during a pandemic, he decided to move to Madison and take on what has become an even bigger job than I think he or I imagined when I offered it to him. So I hope most of you have at least read Justin's background and will have a chance to get to know him a little bit better. But I'm excited because of his experience. He was most recently in Indianapolis, where he worked with Indigo. His experience both with implementing BRT systems and with implementing electric bus fleets, two things that I'm excited about getting to, hopefully sooner than later here in Madison. And he's hard at work already, looking at the budget issues and the service challenges. And as we think about particularly the route study, it's something that he has experience with, and I'll be relying on that expertise. I also just want to thank Chris McCahill, who is going to be working also on that, the review process for the route study. So thanks, Chris, for giving us even more time, in addition to serving both on TC and TPPB. You must be a glutton for punishment. So there's a lot, that's sort of the Metro portion. There's a lot of other things going on. We're still moving questions around Vision Zero forward and looking at complete streets. And again, it's sort of a good time to be thinking about this with VMT down. We have some opportunities to move quickly on things, and I think we should really seize the moment. Parking is going to be another huge question and challenge. We're losing about $1 million a month in the parking utility. And so that's not sustainable, but it does present an opportunity to really think about our parking policy across the board, something that I have wanted to do. And so, no time like the present to do that. This interacts, of course, with questions about retail and restaurants. It interacts with our sort of neighborhood parking questions. It interacts with transit. But I think that there is a moment here for us to think about, right? All of us changed our behavior based on the pandemic. It had a massive, it is so hard to get people to change their behavior, right? And we have completely made everybody change their behavior. And so how do we think as we come out of this about how we get people not to just go back to their old habits, but to go back to the habits that we want them to have, whether that's around transit or parking, or ped bike issues or whatever it might be. This is our moment to think about that. And it's the window is closing pretty fast. And so I think some quick and good thinking about that is really needed. There's a lot of work, a lot of questions around parking, as you know, with the MOPEs, and we have a collaboration with Harvard Bloomberg around TDM. We're actually getting a fellow to work on this, and working with State Smart Transportation Institute. So there's a lot of resources here. But again, we'll rely on you to be part of that conversation and to contribute your most innovative and creative thinking to it. Traffic engineering has been busy. I'm really grateful to Yang for his leadership and his quick thinking around the ways in which we can adjust the sort of precipitous drop in car traffic. Is a good thing from some people's point of view, but made a lot of work for Yang and his staff to reconfigure the system, which they did quite well. And now they've taken on this shared streets program, which I hope you all know about. I'm excited about it. I think that it presents a lot of opportunity for us. There's a couple of places in which it allows us to test configurations that we may want to keep going forward. And again, really look forward to your input and creativity around that. There may be other opportunities for us to look at as well, where we can increase access for pedestrians and bicycles in ways that we have wanted to do, and try out new configurations. Again, no time like the present while nobody's out there driving, to try something new and let them get used to it as VMT starts to rise up again. So I hope that I've conveyed both the sort of seriousness of the moment that we're in, both in terms of public health and the economy and the city budget, but also that I really view this as a moment of opportunity. This is a time for us to think about the transportation system that we want. It's a time for us to think about how we want to influence people's behavior, and what we might do with infrastructure or with programming to do that. And I think that this group, you are all smart, you're connected, you're well-informed, and I think that you are well equipped to take on some of these questions and to help the city think again in a really creative and innovative way about how, even though this is a terrible situation, we can take advantage of these changes that are happening to us to create some changes that we want out of it. So we have lower VMT. How do we take advantage of that? How do we think about rebuilding Metro? How do we pilot new ideas, new infrastructure, new programs when we have the chance? And how do we build back a system that's the system we want, right? That is better than the one we had. How do we emerge from this with a system that is safer, stronger, more equitable, and more resilient than it was before? So that's the challenge to you. We're thinking hard about it in my office and on the staff side. But again, I think we really rely on you and on other committees to help us come up with the good new ideas. So thanks again for your service, and thanks for giving me this time to speak with you. I defer to the chair, but I'd be happy to take questions if anybody has them.
Sure. If anybody has any questions for the mayor, raise your hand. Bill, go ahead.
He's still muted.
He's unmuted now.
There you go.
Didn't work the first time. Sorry about that.
Madam Mayor, I was going to save this question when we get into the topic later on of trying to get Metro back up, and there's one of the things that I noticed in our material that as far as the different steps as things loosen, if you will, that's the right term, and we can start fare box collection and so forth. One of the things I did not see in the material, and what is the city's position, not only on Metro, but in other instances, and that's the wearing of face masks. My wife went to the grocery store today, and now it's required that you have to wear a mask to go in the grocery store. So I guess my own personal opinion is that I think our citizens right now are concerned for their safety. And I think the wearing of masks, I think is accepted by most people, maybe not everybody, but I think it's something. If we're going to try to get Metro back, ridership back up, I think more people will be more comfortable if the wearing of masks is required. And I guess maybe your thoughts on that, or maybe also of Natalie's and Tom's, I guess, if this has been discussed in the past.
Yeah, thank you, Bill, for the question. It's a really good one. So I agree with you. I think that everybody should be wearing face coverings when they're out in public. sort of regardless of the circumstances, and that's what I'm personally doing. Things are changing very rapidly on the public health orders front. Even while I was speaking, things are changing. But up until recently and until just now, we have been preempted by the state from going above their orders. And their orders did not require face coverings, so we couldn't require face coverings. But I do recommend it. I think it's a best practice. I think we should normalize wearing face coverings. I think that's something that Metro will need to look at going forward. And in fact, all of us will need to look at going forward as more and more things start to open up. So I agree. I think, I go out and feel like more people should be wearing these. But the regulatory environment for us is a little fluid right now. We'll do what we can going forward, but we've been preempted up until now.
Natalie, I have you unmuted if you had anything to add to that.
With the EOC Operations Committee over the last several weeks, at this point in time, we're hesitant to have transit operators be enforcers of a rule like that, and so to mandate it, we believe could give rise to what they've seen in other transit agencies elsewhere in the country, where people who feel it's their right to not wear a mask become hostile to a transit operator. And we're trying to minimize that contact. We have looked at some messaging on the bus that we may choose to put up where we ask people to wear a mask. We ask them to do it out of courtesy to those that they're traveling with, as well as courtesy to transit operators. So it's a really good question, and one that we've looked at but haven't come to conclusions on at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Did you have anything else, Bill? Bill, did you have anything else?
Yes, I'm working with my fingers here to get to the right buttons.
Okay.
I guess I encourage, I think maybe if we can't enforce it, and I understand what we don't want to get into a situation where the driver has to be the enforcer, and I don't think that's appropriate. But I think our message of trying to get ridership back is that we should encourage our riders for the majority of people that can wear masks, they should wear masks. And I think our citizens will appreciate that.
I think that's a good comment, and I think it's a good thing for Metro in the near term to come to some agreement around.
Okay, we can maybe talk about that some more, Natalie, when we get onto that agenda item. Did you have anything else, Bill? No? Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions for the mayor? Well, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We very much appreciate you coming, and perfect timing since we're going to be talking about preliminary restoration plans for both Metro and parking this evening. So perfect timing to have this opportunity to talk with you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And thanks again for all of your work.
Thank you. Okay. Next we have introduction of Justin Sternberg. Tom, did you want to do that? Where is Tom Lynch on here?
I think I just got unmuted.
There you go.
Okay, so we're excited to have Justin. He's been working with us for now perhaps 10 days. He comes from Indianapolis, and he was a vice president for capital projects, which means he actually was the one to implement the most recent implementation of BRT with the Red Line BRT, about $100 million project. He was also working on the Purple Line and I think one other line. While he was at Indigo, he helped get Indigo to be the second largest fleet of electric buses in the nation. He also instituted account-based fare collection. And then also in a different role, he was part of a sub-consultant that worked on route restructuring, particularly for the Indianapolis area. So if you think about a lot of the things that we are embarking on, his experience really directly relates, right? We would like to implement a BRT. He's done that. We want to move towards electric buses. He's done that. And that's complicated, okay? It's not a simple thing because the buses don't hold a charge all that long. We want to, I'm going to say, modernize our fare collection. He's done that. And we're looking at restructuring our routes, and he's done that. And so all of his skills are really kind of tailored to what we're looking to do. He's good with numbers, and that's what we're using the most right now in the past 10 days, because we have to look at our numbers over and over again and see how we're going to make things balance. He and his family have moved temporarily to the east side, but he's going to be a permanent District 6 resident, which I'm all for, near Eastsiders. In fact, there's quite a few Eastsiders on the screen right now. So we're excited for Justin, and I think I'll leave it at that. And then maybe, Justin, you might want to talk a little bit about yourself.
I just unmuted you, Justin.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tom, for the intro. I don't really have a whole lot to add other than I'm very excited to be here. Very honored by the selection, and really looking forward to getting to know this group as well as the rest of the Metro team. I've been very impressed with what I've seen so far with the Metro team, and I think we've got a really good foundation to build upon. Obviously, the current crisis is, a big challenge, but I'm confident we'll get past it. And I think the team here has built a really solid foundation that we can implement a lot of these initiatives that Tom mentioned successfully. So, but that's all I've got. Other than that, I'm happy to take any questions and looking forward to getting to know all of you.
Does anybody have any questions for Justin at this point? I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Okay, Tom, did you have any other comments?
No.
Okay.
I'm happy he's here. That's what
Yes, we're all happy he's here. Welcome, Justin. We're very excited to have you here. I'm glad to have an opportunity to meet with you tomorrow to get to know you a little bit better. So we'll all look forward to that.
You know who's really excited that he's here?
Natalie.
Yeah.
I imagine so. Okay, great. Tom, I'll go ahead and put you back on mute then. And Bill, I see you have your hand raised. Did you have a question, Bill? Go ahead.
More of a comment that now that Justin is on board, I wanted, and you alluded to it, is to thank Natalie for her work and that she can go back to retirement, I guess. But we really appreciate Natalie's stepping in for this time, and it was probably not something she anticipated happening when she agreed to come back for this. What she probably thought was a short stint of relatively not too much activity, but it turned into the opposite. So thank you, Natalie.
You're welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Well, and we're hoping you're going to stay for a little while. Yes, virtual round of applause, everybody. Hands up for Natalie. Yay! Yay! And thank you for agreeing to stay through the transition, because this is obviously unprecedented times, and I'm sure not what you were expecting when you agreed to step into this interim position, but we certainly all really appreciate it very much, Natalie. So great comment, Bill, and we all share those.
I would say that it's clear that Justin is a very quick and smart study. So we're in good hands.
You want to get back to retirement, huh? Yes. Anything else there, Bill? No? Okay. All right. Okay, so Natalie, I'm going to leave you unmuted. We'll move on to item number 4, a preliminary metro service restoration plan. And sounds like we already have one item that people want to talk about, and that's the idea of face masks. So. I had you unmuted, but now I can't hear you, Natalie.
All right, now
I'm sorry, I muted her. That was my fault.
That's all right. So Justin and Mike Chuckvala have a PowerPoint presentation for you, and I'm going to let them go through that because I think it just outlines very well the thoughts about this process and some benchmarks. And so I'm going to have Justin and Mike take over.
Okay, I unmuted both Justin and Mike, I believe. Go ahead.
Okay. And am I able to share screen?
Should be able to. Joe, if you could help them out there.
All right. Can you all see that?
Good.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for giving us a chance to walk through this. This is basically our first pass at a strategy for how we start restoring service. I want to talk through some of the details for some of the first couple steps in that plan. So first, the mayor alluded to, but just to give you an understanding of the scope, we're down dramatically in terms of service with the current service profile with the primarily weekend service with some enhancements. It's roughly half, a little bit more than half of what we had, originally planned to provide in terms of revenue hours, but our expenses are almost what they were. And that's really because of the enhanced cleaning, as well as, we've got quite a few operators who are having to be reassigned to other duties because they're particularly at risk due to COVID-19. And so all that adds up to our expenses aren't really going down, but our service has gone down a lot. So we are seeing a pretty big jump in our cost per hour, which is the 20% number that Tom and the mayor referenced. And so, as we go back to start restoring service, we need to really understand what the impact of that is, and how much of that cleaning needs to be sustained, even in a post this summer environment. So current operations, we're operating intentionally a little less efficiently to provide our operators and the public a little bit more comfort. So one is no road reliefs. So typically we have operators relieve other operators out in the field and just switch out the seat. However, now we're giving a fresh bus to each new operator so that they don't have to take over the driver's seat from another operator in a bus that hasn't been cleaned in between. So we're driving a new bus out to meet every new operator. Enhancing the cleaning of the buses daily. We're trying to enforce a capacity limit on the bus. Most of this. I'm just kind of recapping it. We're boarding at the rear door, not collecting fares to try to minimize the contact between passengers and operators. We have distributed masks to our operators, and we're trying to enforce trying to make sure that those are getting used. And then obviously with everything else, people are encouraged to make just essential trips and only use transit when absolutely necessary. So what does that look like? So this is a map that Mike put together. This is the blue lines are routes that are currently running every 60 minutes, our typical weekend service. The red lines are those that are running every 30 minutes, slightly enhanced. And the gray lines are those that are not getting service at all right now, the lower service profile. So a lot of those blue lines typically on a weekday would be red, but the lower frequency is in force right now. And then, like I said, the gray areas have no service at all. Those areas typically don't get weekend service. Some of those only get peak hour service anyway, but none of them get weekend service. So we're trying to tailor at least the first 2 phases of our restoration plan around kind of the state bounce back plan. The dates may not be exactly tied to what happens at a state level. We'll look to our local leaders for guidance on when to actually make the next step into the next phase, but loosely tied to the same framework of the Master Bounce Back Plan at the state level. So phase 1, basically when things start to reopen slowly, we'll still continue to have some limitations, which I'll go through in the next slide. And then phase 2 will remove some capacity constraints and move towards at least an interim normal. What's not included here is a phase 3. That's a bit too far out in the future, I think, at this point. And we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But we are, as the Mayor talked about, working on starting up a network redesign study here in the next few months, hopefully, that will really inform what our phase 3, kind of our more permanent restoration looks like. So for phase 1, this is basically the time from when reopening starts up until the point where gathering sizes can be increased up to 50 or so, and potentially the university opening. So this is basically what we expect for happening over this coming summer. What we plan to do is to restore the fare collection and front entry. That's for a couple reasons. One, obviously, our fare collections are integral to our operating costs, but also we want to be able to provide service to people who need it. We are having a fair number of rides on the system right now that are people looking for shelter. And so we're trying to make sure people that are using it actually are needing transportation. So we'll continue to exit at the rear, however. We don't anticipate, we're not proposing to make any changes to the route patterns, to the map. But we would just add buses incrementally to existing routes as needed to try to keep us at that 15 passenger limit. So that doesn't mean any particular routes will get enhanced frequency all day, but we would be using additional buses on an as needed basis when capacity constraints become problems so that we can spread out the loads on those routes. Phase 2 would be a bit more enhanced, and we don't have a detailed plan for the Transportation Commission right now. Our plan would be to come back to you over the summer as we develop that plan, and that would go into effect whenever the city goes into what we call phase 2 of the that potentially be tied to whenever the university reopens as well. As the mayor mentioned, it's unlikely that we'd restore 100% of the service. That I think with our new cleaning requirements, as well as the funding impacts of lower fare revenues, we probably cannot restore 100% of the service. And so our proposed plan, as we develop this map, although we certainly would welcome input from the TC, is to prioritize the higher ridership areas to help rebuild the ridership levels of the system and minimize the overcrowding of the system so we don't have buses packed with 60 plus people, but not necessarily restore all the coverage. So those gray lines on the map that I showed a little bit earlier. And then with anything that we would do, we would make sure we'd work to communicate all of these changes, make sure that it's understandable to riders, make sure we're giving people appropriate heads up for the route changes that might be coming out. We've also been operating for a long time with a big deficit in the number of operators we have. And so we'd be trying to scale our new service plan to meet the number of operators we actually have, so that we can provide less overtime for our operators, and save some money, but also build a more sustainable plan, because we even before the pandemic, we're having trouble getting buses out occasionally just because of lack of number of operators. Obviously, equity would be a big concern with everything we do. And we'd be working closely with employers as they develop their plans to bring people back to work, to make sure that we're appropriately planning for having capacity in those areas. So as I mentioned, we don't have a slide for phase 3 yet. We think that will be largely informed by that route network redesign study that could potentially go into effect sometime next year, although the time is still to be determined. So I'm happy to take any questions that you all like, or any comments on our potential strategy.
If you have comments, please raise your hand. Chris.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Cool. Well, welcome, Justin, and thanks for all this. I was just wondering about a lot of the precautions we're taking regarding the cleaning and everything that's driving up operating costs right now. A lot of stuff like that we're doing now is
but it's not 30 people dedicated to the cleaning, which is it's just financially probably is not sustainable. So to answer your question, we're looking at something from what we're currently doing, but not going all the way back to where we were. Yeah.
While I have the audio, I'll just throw in a comment if it's okay on the earlier discussion of face masks. I think the point about the drivers needing to enforce that is very well taken. And before even thinking about that, I was thinking just issues with, we've got the ridership on buses often is folks with different living situations and different mental capacities. And I think going to the extent of requiring masks is going to be challenging for so many reasons. Like, we don't want to be turning people away from the bus. So I think I just agree with the notion of sort of doing everything we can to encourage mask use short of requiring it. And if we get to that point, then probably we need to be able to provide the masks if that's the case. So that's just my thoughts there. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Harold, go ahead.
Thank you. And welcome to Madison, Justin. Excited to have you here in this interesting time. A couple of questions and comments. Can you say anything about ridership levels right now? And I mean, I know you don't have fair connections, so you can't get that data to know how many people are actually riding, but you're also saying that you're basing service on demand. I guess that's just what you hear from the drivers. Oh, my bus was really full.
Yeah, so we don't have really great ridership numbers, but our numbers that we do have indicate something in the 10% neighborhood. Natalie, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
About 10% of our typical weekday rides. So it's a massive drop.
So on a in pre-COVID, we would look at a regular weekday, 57,000 rides. And we're currently seeing 5,000 rides during the week and 2,000 rides in a day on the weekend. So it's very low.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So as far as how we respond, so our operators do have radio communication with our dispatch room. We do have the capability of sending out a road bus, basically an extra bus to supplement that route if the buses are nearing their capacity. I think most likely if there are capacity issues, it will be during certain times of day in most cases. And so not necessarily, certain other times of day, you may see just 2 or 3 people on the bus, whereas there's maybe certain trips that we need to supplement because there's a big employer that has a shift start at whatever time that we need to compensate for to try to, and that's all an intent to try to keep that 15 passenger limit in place.
And can I just follow up?
We are covering with road buses right now. If drivers are passing people or we have routes, we are adding road buses. I think as we start to come back, as the community starts to wake up, so maybe some city employees come back, some university employees come back. What we're saying to you all is in that phase one, where it's not fully open, but there are employers where we're seeing increased activity. We may want to, in the pick, schedule a route, schedule an increase in frequency in a route or increase in capacity, really, I would say, not frequency, in a route, address that. And I think Justin and the team at Metro are going to want to watch closely as those things start to open and calibrate on a regular basis. We're on a 2-week pick right now, so adding road buses, it takes us 2 weeks to actually put something new into the system as a regular piece of work.
Okay, thank you. Question about measures that you can take or maybe already have taken. Do operators, like I know some systems have installed like plexiglass shields, so that might help with getting back to front door entry, but still keeping riders away from operators. And that might also maybe allow you to increase the capacity from those 15.
And so I don't want to talk for Justin, but we've had a lot of discussions about the plexiglass dividers. There have been some other agencies that have used what's called a clear shower curtain to provide separation. Justin showed us some plexiglass dividers that they used in Indianapolis that were far easier to install and could be installed quicker than anything that we had seen previously or explored. We also may have the ability to get N95 masks for our drivers, which are that higher level, truly a protection from the virus. The city is looking at getting enough of a stock of those that they could make those available to our drivers. So I think we're going to want to look at a whole combination of things when we get to before we get to that stage, so that we're giving our drivers these options that get them the highest amount of security. Justin, what are your thoughts? I know you've only been here for a week and a half.
No, I think you're right on point. We want to do what we can, but we also want to make sure what we're doing is effective. Because the plexiglass shields, the shower curtains, I think we need to do a little bit of research to really understand whether or not how effective those are.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea to look at what are other systems doing, both in the US and maybe worldwide, to see like what are the best practices for cleaning, as Chris has said, for protection for operators, for protection for passengers. Does it make sense to have the windows open? Does it make sense to have these plexiglass dividers? All these questions. Yeah. Another comment and question. So, I mean, with motor vehicle traffic down so far, I'm assuming that your buses no longer get stuck in traffic. Have you made any adjustment to the schedules to account for that?
We haven't, because we're still running on schedules that were set many years ago. But we do see that we're running some buses hot, and we have drivers waiting at key time points. But you're correct, we are seeing a faster service than we've had in the past. It has been helpful because we were running slow, as you know, before due to traffic. And so we've taken some of the pressure off the drivers with this reduced traffic volume.
Yeah, I mean, I think that ties into what the mayor has said at the beginning of our meeting. That's something that we can think about where, yeah, we have budgetary constraints with Metro service. We have all kinds of constraints. But I think maybe there are opportunities here where if we strategically, I mean, yes, some of the motor vehicle traffic will come back, but not all of it. And even if it does come back, we can right now have temporary bus lanes and key points where usually you would have delays, which then would allow you to adjust your schedules and maybe maintain more of the service than you would be able to maintain if your buses still were stuck in car traffic.
One thing that I'll add, if I could, is that we're currently operating Route 7 days a week, which is normally a Saturday and Sunday and holiday route. And that does not have the ability to make it from end to end in 45 minutes during a normal weekday with normal weekday ridership and traffic. So that is sort of indirectly, I guess, a schedule change we've made. And actually, we're a little bit concerned about that, because if traffic does pick up and ridership does pick up again, that schedule may fall apart.
Then a final no, actually, sorry, I have two more things. So with resuming fare collection in phase 1, I believe, so you were implying that part of the point of getting back to collecting fares, other than like getting the revenue, which is obviously good reason, is to potentially keep people who are riding the bus because they're experiencing homelessness off the bus. Is that what I was hearing?
Yeah, so what you're hearing, I wouldn't step so far as to say they're experiencing homelessness, but we have people who are riding the bus and for more than a point of entry to a destination. They're riding around and they're causing behavioral issues that are, we're getting comments on our feedback loops from other riders about people who are riding the bus, don't seem to have a destination, don't seem to be using it for an essential service, and are causing behavioral disruptions. And some of that's because it's free and you can get on and, use it as entertainment. And so we have had requests from drivers actually, and from other passengers about, can you go back to fare collection? And that's really where that stemmed from. But again, tying that to the conversation we just had about the safety of our operators and our passengers, we have to really engage our operators and look at all these options so we're sure when we do that, everybody's safe.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I would just encourage you, you had, equity as one of your goals in one of the slides, to think about how can these goals and these sometimes conflicting goals be achieved in an equitable way. And finally, can you speak briefly about how the federal relief funding for transit plays into all of this? I mean, I think Madison was in that first round awarded about $24 million.
That's correct. Yeah. Justin's been working on this. Justin, do you want to take that?
Sure. So we're actively working to figure out how best to use those funds. You're correct. It was about $24 million that Madison was allocated. It's actually the entire region was allocated that money. And so it's a bit complicated as we start to work through the relationships with the partners, partner cities, and how that funding is allocated. The funding is intended both for operating subsidy to combat the impact of the virus, either from an increased cost due to cleaning or reduced revenues due to fare collection, or any combination of those. But can also be used for anything that our typical formula funds can be used for, including capital funds. And so we're looking at a potential combination where most of the funds are used to plug our operating hole that we anticipate for this year and next. But then we also use part of those funds on some capital improvements to drive down our borrowing and put us in a better footing, a more fiscally sustainable footing, well into the future. But the specifics of those we're still working out.
Justin's working closely with the city finance department because, as you know, we get $7.5 million of vehicle registration fee, but we also get $8.5 million in city levy money. And when the mayor talks about a $30 million gap, there aren't other agencies that are getting $24 million in subsidy. So I think the numbers that we've looked at so far show that if we do some projections, which obviously aren't going to be perfect, they might be high, they might be low through the end of the year in terms of fares, we probably have $5 to $6 million gap due just to the fact that we've lost fares and we still have most of our expenses. But then on top of that, there's some expenses specifically associated with COVID. And there's a question of what the city is going to be able to provide in terms of its tax levy funding. And so Justin's already working closely with finance to work through all of that to maximize our potential and use the money the most efficiently for Metro.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Mike, Mike, can you raise your hand again, please, Mike? Thank you. I lowered your hand by mistake. There you go, Mike.
Thank you. So since our meeting started tonight, I did notice that the Republican majority on our state Supreme Court ruled in favor of the legislature in terms of ruling against safer at home. So unfortunately, even though I guess that wasn't entirely unexpected, I guess in my mind that creates the potential not only for us to slide back on the efforts we've made and statewide in addressing this wave, first wave, but it greatly increases the likelihood that we'll be confronted with a second wave this fall, this winter, that will be much worse and put our city and our state in even a greater financial bind. So I guess the question I have is, much of the looking forward that's been done to this point and the communications with the finance department, has that been predicated on, the great efforts that the governor had undertaken along with Secretary Palm and other members of the administration and properly handling this continuing? Or was there a look towards the worst case scenario in terms of if we, end up backsliding on current efforts and are confronted with a second wave that is far more severe?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what their estimates are based on, so I wouldn't want to speak for them. We, in our estimates of fair revenue, as far as Metro is concerned, we did assume that it would stay very low, at least through the end of this year. It would stay quite low. And so we are baking in a pretty slow ramp up back to ridership into our numbers.
It's just an extremely disappointing decision, and I think that the ramifications of it are going to be pretty severe. And I mean, it is great to hear that efforts could be made to provide the drivers with the N95 masks that not only protect the passengers from having exposures, but also would provide a slightly greater level of protection for the drivers as well. So hopefully everybody that has medical expertise is wrong about there being a second wave and will somehow dodge a bullet. But yeah, it's greatly concerning.
The one thing Metro has here in Madison that not all agencies have is that we're closely tied to public health of Madison and Dane County, and they're on regular EOC calls and EOC operation calls. And so we have them as a resource as we address these really difficult questions of disease and community spread. So I echo your worry about the fall and what happens in the fall and what that means to our riders and our transit operators. But we are fortunate to have on our team our public health associates.
And Mike, what's that they say about hope for the best, plan for the worst?
Yeah, it's just it's just dumbfounding to me, because it's like, if I can go off on a tangent, when I talk to people about what's going on now, I tell them, personally with my family, I look back at 1918, the family members I lost in the pandemic in 1918, they weren't victims of the first wave. They died in November in the second, and I think it's imperative that we take the lessons of history and apply them now. But unfortunately, that's not being done by some folks, and I'm greatly concerned it's going to cost us all.
Yeah, it is of concern to me as well. Did you have anything else, Mike?
No, that was it. Thank you.
No, thank you. Grant?
Thanks.
Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Welcome, Justin. Really looking forward to getting to know you and meeting with you. And thank you so much, Natalie. You really have done an incredible job. It's sort of easy to take that for granted, but we were really blessed to have someone with your experience guiding us through here. So thank you so very much for that. My kind of questions are a lot still around the question of ensuring safety for drivers and passengers to the greatest extent we can, which I'm sure is top of mind for everybody already. I guess just echoing something that Harald said about the plexiglass barriers, I also think that's something we should really continue to be looking at really seriously. There's still a lot of science that we need to learn about transmission here, but it does seem like, particularly for as soon as we go back to front entry, and I'm kind of reflecting on my experience as a cab driver, and it's maybe not easy to for everyone to put themselves in the shoes of a driver, but it's really a unique position where you're sort of stuck. And unlike other essential workers in the grocery stores and other places who have an opportunity to at least take a step or two back from a customer who's not wearing a mask and might just be concerning, or coughing, or sneezing, or whatever the case may be. When you're a driver, you're stuck and you can't even back up a little bit. And so I do think there's something that would be really certainly comforting, and I have a hunch that it really would give some additional protection. So if there's a way we can figure out a way to do that, not too expensively, I think it'd be a really good thing to be pursuing. The other part that kind of sticks out a lot for me is the air quality question. So I know a lot of our work right now is around surface decontamination. I think that's been good work, and we'll maybe adjust our procedures on that. But I have also read some real concerns about accumulation within confined spaces. Is there anything we're doing right now? Are we looking at any policies that relate to either having windows open or opening doors and for a certain amount of time per hour? Or is there anything we can do with the existing ventilation system? Kind of where are we at with air exchanges, and is there anything that we can do to improve that going forward?
I don't know the answer to that, Natalie. I'm not sure if you do, but I think typically some of the bus fleets have different HVAC systems that do different circulation patterns to help with the interior air quality of the bus. I have not yet waded in to know exactly what the capabilities of our fleet are, but that's something I can look into.
I think
Natalie's still muted.
Yeah, Natalie's muted.
Okay, she's unmuted now. Go ahead. Whoops. There you go. Whoops. You are unmuted now.
Thank you. Alder Foster, I think those are great comments. We have not done any particular research into air quality. Clearly the weather's getting better, so opening windows and getting better ventilation, I think, has been proven to be effective. The only thing that I can think of right now is when we fog with the decontaminant, we close the doors and turn on the air circulation, and that pulls that decontaminate through our air ventilation system. So once a day, it gets that kind of cleaning, but I think we could do more work on that and get better science around that.
Yeah, I think that would be worthwhile. I know a number of businesses have already implemented changes in their HVAC systems to make sure that they're getting as much new air as possible. And that does seem to be one of the keys with this infection. And also, I guess, support the idea of, I think as Chris had mentioned, I'm not in favor of turning our drivers into enforcers in terms of a mask requirement, but I think we should consider adding signage as soon as possible that asks all of our customers to be wearing masks. I think that's completely appropriate and would be helpful to try and start normalizing that behavior. So definitely be support there. Could you speak a little bit to sort of impact on staffing? Obviously, there's all kinds of unanswered questions here, but I know just before this all hit, we were sort of trying to onboard a lot of new drivers really quickly. We had some really significant shortages. Obviously, we're in a much different environment right now. Are we still moving forward aggressively in recruitment and hiring? Have we paused that? Any thoughts you could share now about sort of staffing and where we're at in terms of recruitment?
So, and Natalie, again, correct me, anything I say wrong, but so
you have it.
We aren't actively recruiting at this point. We have several, I believe 12 operators in the pipeline that we're kind of ready to make offers to, and we're waiting until we get some direction on the current hiring freeze and the future staffing levels of Metro before we move forward on those. I think regardless of what we do, whatever operator number we settle on, we will still have to hire after that point because we have attritions, we have retirements, and things like that. So we do need to make sure that whatever number of operators we settle on, we are able to sustain that number. And so there will continue to be some hiring after that point, but the extent to which yet, I don't know.
So we're just about a week and a half into the mayor's directive that all additional hiring, if there's a hiring freeze, any additional hiring has to go through a process. And we're working on getting approval to continue hiring operators. To give you an idea, I think we have about 310 full-time equivalent operator positions in our budget, and we have 33 full-time equivalent operator vacancies right now. So we already are working. We also have some people who retired once COVID started. We have some people who have announced retirement in January of next year. So with the folks we have in the queue, that is barely enough to address our attrition. We just need to get through the process of having some agreement on that hiring process and then getting back into hiring operators.
Thanks, that's helpful. The only thing I had left was just, I guess, one comment related to what Alder Tierney had said. So yes, the Supreme Court has invalidated the order. So I expect we're all going to be trying to figure out what that means over the next several days and weeks. It just stands out that the sort of plans that were presented tonight are obviously all sort of very closely connected to the bounce back program. So, to be determined if there's even anything that looks like that or not. So obviously there'll be a lot of work for everybody to kind of figure out when these phases might apply here locally. But I think that's something that would be helpful to get some more info on at a future meeting. Obviously the public health will be in a leading role in terms of, what's happening with the disease and what recommendations or restrictions might be in place for the city. But I think also we're probably going to have to be responsive to just the environment in terms of how many people are out in what capacities, et cetera. So some of these phases we might need to look for some measures related to demand that we're seeing on the lines as much as, an order or a directive at the state level. So obviously there'll be a lot of work to do to kind of realign those things, but I think that'll be really interesting work for us to participate in.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, especially in this, what we're calling phase one, whatever that becomes, we're really asking for the flexibility to add service kind of in real time as we need it to respond to the issues on the ground, because you're absolutely right that I think this decision just throws even more confusion into the pot. And so it'll be even harder to respond, and we'll need to do so even more quickly.
And Grant, we have this same agenda item on scheduled for the June agenda, assuming we're going to need to talk about it again and likely the next month. So we'll just continue to have this on the agenda each month as we need to in order to address it as we go forward.
Great. Well, thank you both for all your work again, and please pass the thanks on to all the staff as well. I know there's a huge team behind all of this that was here, so thank you very much.
Yeah, great comments. Did you have anything else, Grant?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Did anybody have anything else? Ken, you had your hand up earlier, but you took it down. Did you have anything that you wanted to say? Or anybody else have any other comments at this point? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, a lot of good discussion. Natalie, as everyone has said, thank you so much for your service and working us through this emergency and working with Justin as he comes in. So I want to make sure that we say that to you again as well. Anybody have any other comments on this agenda item number 4 before we move on? Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 5. Sabrina, if you could raise your hand, then I can unmute you.
Oh, I think I'm
unmuted. Oh, you're unmuted? Excellent. Somebody did it for me. Thank you much.
Tried a quick share of the screen here of the attachment that was sent out. All right, are folks able to see the parking metro recovery plans? Yes, great.
Yes.
So on page 1, it's kind of follows what the different phases with the Badger bounce back plan would be. Again, our plan doesn't directly follow that phasing in terms of what changes we would make. And there's also some coordination with Metro. So as we're looking, currently at Safer at Home, on-street meters are free and time limit restrictions suspended. Residential only and 1 and 2 hour time limits are suspended, and also street sweeping restrictions. At this point, off-street rates have not been adjusted. They're still standard full rates. Part of the reason that we haven't looked at any adjustments to that is the on-street parking capacity right now is really serving most of that demand. Our garage occupancy still remain extremely low. And so in terms of supporting businesses and workers coming to the downtown area, we've not had a need really to look at adjustments to those rates for off-street. Additionally, there's some benefit in not creating an incentive for folks to use that by lowering rates or providing free periods with our annual maintenance contract. They're able, because of the low occupancy, to work much more efficiently and shut down several bays at a time to complete work. Whereas during standard occupancy, they're kind of only able to do small sections at a time, and then there's impacts to customers with just dust and construction noise. So one of the benefits that we're seeing there. As we look to phase 1, we're assuming still that a majority of folks are going to be teleworking, that there may be some return or partial return for folks going into offices. Also some easing of restrictions in businesses or limited capacity there. So we'd be expecting some amount of increase in parking demand, but still assuming that with the vast majority of folks working from home, we continue to keep the 1 and 2 hour and RPO restrictions suspended. Also assuming that at that point, we wouldn't be seeing the commuter impacts that would necessitate those enforcement of those programs. And in general, on-street meters, as capacity and demand gets to a point where businesses will need to start seeing some turnover and access for visitors to those, we'd be looking at reinstating those rates and time limit restrictions. But again, that's really dependent on what demand is looking like. We're assuming that would occur in phase one. We'd also want to take a look in phase one at some adjustments to off-street parking rates. Again, with Metro at limited capacity of 15 and perhaps not having the capacity to serve some of the folks who maybe have a vehicle for an option, but are lower wage earners and usually take transit, being able to provide a lower cost parking option so that those that are relying on transit still have that capacity available to them. And then we'd also, right now we're operating fully automated at our garages. So phase one, if we reach around 30% occupancy during the daytime, we'd be looking at returning some of our cashiered operations. Again, with additional precautions, we're also looking at retrofitting plexiglass over the cashier booths where they'd be opening those windows. And also making sure folks have, they do currently have face coverings, as well as adequate supplies for hand sanitizer and gloves. And likely still encouraging folks to use the pay and foot machines. And really having our cashiered staff there in case of needing to respond to equipment issues or folks that don't have a credit card payment option with them. And then as we kind of look into phase two, again, we're looking at standard rates and restrictions for on-street, fully enforcing 1 hour and 2 hour time limit restrictions. But also maybe still some way or some changes to off-street rates. Some thoughts on that might be, especially for weekend, when we're trying to encourage folks to visit businesses that are still reopening, doing maybe a 2 hour basically free period or grace period. We currently have a 20-minute grace period. So if you enter and exit the garage within a 20-minute window, there's no charge for that time. So that's something that we could just extend that to allow a little bit longer grace period. So there's other ways, flat rate, daily maximums, and other ideas on how we might help with that economic recovery and encourage folks to visit downtown. We're also assuming that at this point students are returning and that capacity restrictions are being lifted. So we'd also want to make sure we're coordinating in terms of not overly competing as well with Metro and encouraging ridership and mode shift at this point. And then phase three, we're assuming that we would have expanded evening hours, large special events, and perhaps pan entry, but that certainly is down the road. And with that, I'll take any questions for staff.
Okay, questions for Sabrina? Please raise your hand. Grant.
Thanks, and thank you also, Sabrina and staff, for all your work on this. Just one real brief comment suggestion, which would be to the degree that the sort of phase one, phase two, phase three does create changes for both parking and Metro at the sort of same moment in time. They're doing some kind of joint communications so that you're both using all of your channels to get that out, but that you're both also kind of co-promoting and communicating each other's changes. I think that would be helpful for residents. I know that was a little bit hard to get the word out on some of the parking changes last time. So just a suggestion to kind of use each other to help reinforce that there are changes across the transportation system affecting both parking and transit might be helpful.
Great, thank you.
That's all I answered you.
Thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. So I know we're not really at this kind of conversation yet, but in a lot of places where restaurants are starting to open up, I think a lot of folks are finding that they all kind of need more space for outdoor seating. So I'm wondering if there are any places that you've got your eye on where some existing parking might be better used as like parklets to accommodate some of these businesses opening up.
Sure, no, that's a great question. Currently, no, we do not.
Did you have anything else, Chris?
No, thanks.
Okay. If I can just add, I just noticed on my phone that Dane County officials announced that local health officials are issuing a local safer at home order for Madison and Dane County after the Wisconsin Supreme Court struck down Governor Evers' statewide order. Apparently there's going to be the mayor and county exec are going to have a press conference at 7 with more information about the county's new order. So it looks like we may be under a countywide safer at home. So obviously more to follow on that. Any other comments or questions for Sabrina? Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands raised. Okay, thank you very much, Sabrina. And I'm sure we'll have you on the agenda next month as well as we move forward with these. So next, Sabrina, I have review number, 6, review and approval of operational change related to multi-space parking meters.
Yeah, so I'm gonna share another screen here, just for folks who may be watching and others. This is a presentation from that I did in early last year on our project. This is a single space meter replacement project and multi-space. So first phase of the project was we had completed about a year-long trial in 2018 of these single space smart meters that you're seeing here. These can accept coin and as well as credit card and mobile payment. After that trial, we decided to move forward with a replacement project for all those coin meters, and that was completed in May of last year. We also purchased in that initial purchase 2 multi-space meters from the same vendor. To trial those out, those were installed at the Winger lot and also at the South Livingston garage for the motorcycle parking. We've had about half of our on-street system right now is the single space smart meters that you see here on the right. And phase 2 of our project is replacing our aging multi-space. These are reaching end of life, or really have reached end of life. And these are currently, unlike the other system that we are under contract with those new single space, that's a hosted solution. This is actually on city servers, and received notification late last year that our server that is operating these meters has also reached end of life and needs to be replaced. So looking at whether, we wanted to continue pursuing a multi-space trial, which, we would expect at least an additional year to pursue that option, and get something, basically give us some additional time on that trial. We'd be looking at replacing that and also a software upgrade. The vendor for this system quoted around $30,000 to put the software on the new server. So we'd be looking really at some significant costs as well as labor and IT staff time as well to just keep this system going for another year or so. We'd also be looking at likely needing to replace the modems on all about 115 machines. So just from a cost perspective and timing, our recommendation right now is to move forward with replacing this aging equipment with single space meters and continuing to trial the multi-space. There are some benefits, although higher capital costs on those. I believe it's for the single space, if we were to move forward with single space smart meters, looking at about 400,000. If we were to go with the new multi-space machines, would be 680,000. Although again, quite a bit of development and testing is still needed on that system. So really looking for approval under our contract, and I included a copy of that as well, the resolution authorizing the competitive contract with IPS Group, our vendor for both single space and multi-space. And then assuming, of course, with where we're at with budgets that the purchase would be approved. But really looking for that approval on the operational change to replace our multi-space system with the new single space smart meters.
There are questions for Sabrina. We will need a motion eventually on this. Whoops. Chris, my screen bounced around on me, so you should be unmuted now.
Yeah, mine too. I'm here. So I recall that we couldn't do the pay by phone on the single space meters because they're different operators and something to that effect. Are we getting any closer to being able to do pay by phone on more of the system, including the single space?
Sure. So that it is something we can do with this vendor. What we didn't want to do is turn on. So they have their own mobile payment solution, which we could turn on really any day. But what we didn't want is two different types of mobile payment with two different systems. We are planning to move forward with an integration with our current mobile payment. It's Mobile Now, the third party, to include all of the single space smart meters on that mobile payment as well. Some of the things with that is doing an integration too with the enforcement system that parking enforcement officers use. So we've been coordinating with that vendor and then the meter vendor over the past couple months to get that basically that first piece done, so that we can then transition to the integration and have a single system that enforcement can use. We certainly could push out the time with the vendor system. So basically there's an option where using their in-house mobile payment, we can actually push out the time remaining and purchase to the meter. But from what we've heard from the vendor, the battery, there are significant impacts on battery life because it's sort of constantly calling in and checking on that. So we'd prefer to, actually for a couple of reasons, prefer that that those payments don't display. One would be eliminating the ability to piggyback, so the more people we could adopt with mobile phone payments. It would work a little bit more like multi-space, where we get that benefit of each person paying for their own time and not either driving around looking for a meter with time still on it, or piggybacking on somebody else's time. So certainly there are mobile payment options, and we're working on that. It was I think really looking at wanting to make a decision on which direction we're going with multi-space and vendors and systems for replacing that system before we move forward with those integrations.
Thanks.
Okay, Grant.
Thank you. So yeah, Sabrina, I just wanted to kind of pull together a couple comments. So Chris asked earlier about looking at some on-street parking stalls to potentially be repurposed as outdoor seating areas. I know a number of cities have been taking steps towards that. And I think it's very similar. It seems like it might fall into sort of that VMT initiative that DOT had talked about. I know their focus was more around kind of repurposing space for bus lanes or for bike lanes, but I think it'd be interesting to kind of take that same analysis as it relates to parking and especially on-street parking, that if we do expect VMT to stay depressed for several years, and if we expect that sort of consequently parking demand also may be depressed for several years, are there areas particularly that are in need of meter replacement that we may want to hold off on and sort of turn off or cover up or whatever the sort of aging system in a certain area and maybe hold off on purchasing new meters and installing them just in kind of in certain key areas, particularly areas that might really benefit from the additional repurposed space, and also areas that are perhaps well served by our ramps that might also be part of a strategy to make sure that we're keeping up revenue-wise in those areas. So I'm not really, expecting an answer from you, but just maybe something to think about. And I think of like a King Street, for example. Maybe that's a horrible idea. Maybe losing on-street parking there, would not be good, but also perhaps, some of the businesses would really welcome the opportunity to have some additional outdoor seating there. And if parking demand could be met with one of our ramps, maybe that's a location that we don't rush to replace the aging meter system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great comment.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Grant?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, Harold?
Thank you. One question about capabilities of the new meters. So one thing that we've talked about in the past is dynamically pricing the cost of parking. So, multiple times, like in San Francisco, where multiple times, depending on occupancy levels, the price of parking changes. Is this something that would be possible with these meters?
So I believe the meters that San Francisco is using are the same ones that we have with single space smart meters. So in terms of, we haven't looked at, whether we would need sort of to purchase additional capabilities there's essentially a real-time reporting component, and what other, sort of operational costs might be involved with that. But I would say, yes, I do believe they have the capability for more of a real-time type of dynamic pricing. Certainly from where we're at now with them and how we've used them, the pricing or rate structures can be changed within overnight, push them out. So it's a pretty seamless system in terms of our staff being able to make those changes. For larger, sort of system-wide changes, often we'll ask our vendor to make those. Just that they can usually complete that in an hour or so. But they are, that's one of the huge benefits that we see with kind of moving to get these in now over keeping our existing multi-space sort of limping along for another year or so while we test. Is we've been extremely happy with the system, with the flexibility. When we implemented the changes with Safer at Home, we're able to put out that message the next day, updating all of the displays with the saying no payment required until such date. So there's a lot of flexibility in the messaging. We can pre-schedule holiday or event rates if we wanted to. So I think moving forward with a solution that we know allows a lot of flexibility, and on a kind of individual space, the cost is quite low. It's less than $500 per meter, and they can be the mechanism can be moved placed anywhere, and it automatically reprograms itself to that new location. So, so that's a long response to the question of yes, we could.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ken,
Uh,
go ahead.
For the current multi-space meters, is the end of life driven by the machinery itself or by the decision of the vendor as far as supporting the program?
So it's a little bit, it's both kind of hardware and then, software. So we've got an old server that we're running it on that, will no longer be supported. So it does need to be replaced on our end. With that, it would be a new software, basically operating system that the vendor would be installing. And then in terms of the equipment itself, it's operating on 3G, and we do anticipate that we may not be able to get cell communications as of the end of the year. There's also card readers and other just components that are, that have been upgraded and changed, over the last decade, that these are becoming obsolete in terms of firmware with the newer software. So it's a little bit of both.
So, I remember touring the repair shop with the old crank meter kind of thing. And pretty much there, your end of life is determined by the persistence of old guys fixing meters, right? And meters lasted for 10, 20, whatever years. In the future, it's really much more dependent upon things out of our control. Choices for vendors to no longer support things going from 3G to eventually 12G or whatever we're going. But so it's going to be harder to predict how long is the system going to really last, because it's going to depend on how much change happens from the moment that you take possession.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. I would say one of the benefits, or what we see as a benefit, of this system is, it is a hosted solution. The vendor is, responsible. So it's not a matter of us trying to maintain, our own systems that will, be compatible with their changes and software, which can be obviously much more challenging to do when we're working with, our internal requirements and then, vendor requirements. So this is certainly a benefit, and that we will have, continuous support and upgrade with their hosted solution.
What I'm getting at is, when you go back to 10 years ago, Bill Knobloch would say, these meters are going to last for 10, there was something that you could predict. But here, we're really dependent upon others. And so it's very difficult to say when will be the next time we need to change this, right?
Yeah, I think, in general, our assumption is 6 to 8 years.
Okay.
On this system. In terms of the, individual, meters or components, again, those can be replaced if one is damaged at relatively low cost. And, there's certainly, we can repair parts and components. But I would expect probably in terms of the system, it could be, a longer life cycle for, in terms of the technology aspect of it, because it's being supported and it's not reliant on technology that we expect to be going away in terms of, 4G. I think most in the industry believe that will be still standard for years to come. I know there's a lot of talk about 5G, but I don't think we have any fear of 4G being obsolete in the near future.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up at this point. Sabrina, I did have a question. In the now therefore be it resolved section, you say that we'd be authorizing the parking division to purchase and install single space smart meters and or a combination of single space smart meters and multi-space meters. Now with the difference that you talked about earlier with regard to cost, what kind of combination are you thinking about? Or is this just for continued development and testing?
Yeah, I think, there are a lot of benefits with multi-space for, operational, snow removal, collection. There's obviously the revenue benefits because people can't piggyback on them. Although with mobile payment, that may be somewhat of a moot point if that time isn't getting pushed out to the display. So, likely we may see those benefits with mobile payment being implemented on these as well. But yeah, in general, just looking for that approval to continue pursuing testing on these, but moving forward with the single space for the near-term replacement. There's also a couple in our off-street locations we would be wanting to continue with multi-space, so Buckeye Lot, Evergreen, those locations, we would still want to have a multi-space because they're an efficient way to cover a large number of spaces and much more cost-effective for those types of operations.
Okay. Grant?
I would move approval of resolution. Move approval of resolution.
There's a motion. Can you say that again? You cut out, Grant.
Yeah, I move approval of resolution TC 53.
Okay. Bridget, is that a second? Whoops, Bridget, I lost you there. Bridget, I thought I saw your hand up.
Yeah, second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. If there's any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any hands going up. So motion passes with a unanimous consent. Okay, Sabrina, if you want to go on to item number 7, and you can assume that everybody has read your resolution with regard to these actions, and you did talk about them at the last meeting as well. So unless you have some brief comments that you'd like to make.
Sure. Really just, we have not made any additional changes from what was outlined in the emergency actions we took previously. So just to, reiterate those. One was to go fully automated at our parking garages. And that's a temporary change due to the impacts of COVID and to protect the health and safety of our employees and public. And then also the suspension of on-street meters and collection of rates, time limit restrictions, the 1 and 2 hour time limit restrictions, and resident parking only permit restrictions, and also the street sweeping restrictions have been suspended. So this would be just ratifying those actions taken to date.
Okay, are there any questions for Sabrina? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution. Okay, Harold, I assume that's a motion?
I move approval.
Okay, and Ken, so.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Harold and a second from Ken. Is there any discussion? Bill, were you seconding or did you have a discussion? Nope, okay. All right, I don't see any hands for discussion. Is there any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor? If there is, please raise your hand. I'm never sure exactly how long to wait for people to raise their hands, but I don't see anybody raising their hands. Okay, the motion passes with unanimous consent. Okay, I'm going to get a little creative here. I talked to John Strange and he said this was fine. Items number 8, 9, and 10 are very, very routine items. So what I would ask is, if there's no objection, I would ask if someone would be willing to make a motion to combine numbers 8, 9, and 10 together in one motion and move approval of all 3 items in one motion. Ken?
Move approval of items 8, 9, and 10.
Okay. Bridget?
Yeah, second that.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. If there's any objection to unanimous consent, vote in favor of combining these 3 together and moving approval on all 3, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, all 3 pass on unanimous consent. Thank you very much. That's efficient. We're going to talk about a consent resolution later on, and that's the same kind of a consent agenda, later on, and that's the same kind of thing that we'll do in the future. So item number 11, Natalie, there you are. Thank you for raising your hand. I don't know why. Joe, I can't get Natalie unmuted. There we go.
I can do it.
There we go. Okay.
Item number 11, since we submitted this resolution at the council and had it referred out first to finance and then to all of you, we had communication with Bridgestone, which changed our assessment of the situation of the tire run out on the Bridgestone contract. We need a little more time with them to make sure that we've got the deal nailed down. So I would ask, if you don't mind, that somebody refer the Bridgestone contract to the next TC meeting. And it was also referred at finance to the next finance meeting.
Okay, Bill? I don't know. Okay, I don't know what.
I'll move for referral.
Okay, there's a motion from Bill and Ken.
A second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to refer this to the next meeting. Any discussion? Okay. If there's any objection to unanimous consent, vote in favor of referring this to the next meeting, please raise your hand. Okay. I'm going to put this in a special place so I know to put that on the agenda for next time. All right, the motion is passed. So thank you very much, Natalie. We'll put that on the agenda for the June 24th meeting. Then item number 12, please. Natalie, are you still, where did you go? There you go.
I'm still on.
Sorry, I unmuted her, but
thank you.
Here. So item number 12 is a short-term lease for Metro to store our buses at a remote location while we're doing work to 1101. So we need to have about 40 to 50 buses, our school Dodger buses, out of the bus barn while we do this HVAC work that's been contracted. And so this is a lease. The lease payment will be made from the capital account. So there is budget for it. And again, it's short term while we're doing renovations at 1101.
Okay, Ken, you have your hand up?
Move approval of the lease.
Okay, Bill?
I second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Harold?
Just a quick question. I mean, given the current situation where few people are driving, very few people are parking, was there any other possibility to like, hey, there's an empty parking lot that we can use, or an empty whatever that can be used instead of this, or get something cheaper?
So this is a relatively good rate. We did look at a number of city locations to see if there was a parking lot for streets or a parking lot for fleets, or is there a spot out at Nakusa? And none of them were large enough. It does have to be fenced, has to be lit to keep those buses safe. And we couldn't find a spot that was large enough and that wasn't on a site that would be unsightly to neighbors. So this was the best solution that we found.
Thank you.
Okay, Ken?
Start looking like boxcars.
Can you say that? I only heard boxcars.
They would, without them being fenced and lit, without them being secured,
Yeah.
they would look like graffiti-laden boxcars. So
Definitely need to have both of those. Did you have anything else, Ken?
no.
Yeah, okay. Any other discussion? Okay, if there's any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, item 13. Yang, I'm going to unmute you to start.
Sounds great. So this item is to approve plans, specs, and authorize Board of Public Works to advertise and receive bids for our traffic calming projects, and also some of the pilot bike enhancement projects that we do need some help from contractors, such as some concrete work and pavement marking work. So this item was referred to TC. It initially was not TC was not a body to be referred because TC supposed only to take up critical items because we don't have regular meetings scheduled, and also because when this item was introduced back in April, the May meeting and the June meeting was not scheduled yet. So for the traffic calming projects, we all know that this body already went through those and approved of those, and there has been no changes on those. So we should be good about that. For the pilot bike projects, so right now, those are, by ordinance, staff's administrative decisions. So that's why we didn't, another reason we didn't refer to TC at the time. With that though, there's some thoughts about the value of this body waiting on those projects as well. So those some good points. And TPPB and TC has a subcommittee set up to review this along with the traffic calming projects. So hopefully, some recommendations will come out of that effort. So because of this, so we, in the files attached in Registar, we separate the projects out. So one group is traffic calming projects. Another group is pilot bike enhancement projects. So I would suggest that, since this body already went through the traffic calming project and approved those, I suggest that we focus the discussion here on pilot bike projects, if there are any questions from the commission members. But I should point out, though, the pilot bike enhancement projects in this contract is only a small portion of the pilot bike enhancement projects that we're planning to do this year. Just give you some magnitude. for this contract, the traffic calming projects are about $300,000. That's the estimate. The pedal bike projects, including this contract, about $100,000. We also have in addition to the NTMP account, we have two other accounts to use: pedestrian enhancement over arterial streets, and also safe route to school accounts. We have a little bit of money left through, from a traffic calming accounts. That's NTMP accounts, and we're going to use that for the pedal bike projects as well. So in total, we have programmed about $600,000 of pedal bike enhancement projects this year. So again, the project including this contract only $100,000. So that's about 1/6 of the total projects that we are proposing this year in terms of cost. So the plan is, if there are any questions on the projects, including this contract, let's discuss that. But the staff will be back in front of the commission. We'll talk about the full list of the projects, as an informational presentation. We haven't made the full project list this year public yet because we are working on a more transparent communication and a notification process. As many of you remember, we talk about we made a lot of efforts kind of improve the process for ped bike enhancement projects in the last year also. And we presented that at both the TC and the TPPB, and received a lot of good feedback from these two bodies. So we have made the process more transparent, and we used I think more. We have been more inclusive on the staff team, and we have set up criteria so that the project can be evaluated based on criteria such as safety, operations, and equity. So we are also making, as I mentioned, we also in the process to make further improvements to that. Mostly, how can we communicate to the public and to the others that which project selected, which project not, and how many requests we got, and what criteria we use. We're actually developing a web-based map system to show the public all the different requests and all the projects got funded. And also we put all the information on our website right now, talking about the process, the criteria, the requests we received, the ranking, and the projects got selected. So in an effort trying to make the process even more transparent. So we're still working on that, and also given all the COVID-19 impacts, we haven't made the whole list public yet. But we will, and we'll be back to talk to the commission about the full list. But maybe I can ask staff to give the commission a little bit preview of what we're working on right now. So with that, I think I'm going to kind of pass on to Mark Winter, maybe to give.
Before we do that, Yang, Grant has his hand up. Can we ask his? Grant, let me just unmute him. Grant, did you have something you wanted to talk about before we move on to the actual projects?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the background and explanation, Yang. That was helpful. I'm just looking at the actual resolution, and it so it says an estimated cost of $484,000, and it lists 5 different accounts. I was trying to kind of piece together what that was, and in your description, I thought you said it was $100,000 and there was 600 programmed. Could you maybe just kind of clarify what is the actual dollar amount that this resolution will approve, and how much is left in all of the accounts that will be available for the sort of related projects?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. The dollar amount that's being approved right now is, is only our best estimate. So the total, amount of work right now is $484,000, and we will have about another $500,000 to $600,000 remaining for other pet bike improvement projects.
Okay, so with approval of this, there'll still be another $500,000 to $600,000 left for the other projects that are on the list that we're going to get a preview of.
Correct.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Yeah, and we'll be back to give an informational presentation to the commission at a later date.
Okay.
one
specific project question, but I can hold that till after till we're done with the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Yang. Did you need me to unmute anybody else?
I think I saw you already unmuted that, Mark. Yeah.
No, somebody did.
To give us a kind of some really quick preview of the a couple of things that we're working on, as I mentioned, and also he can answer any questions for any of the projects that included in this contract.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Sure. So do we share screens at all doing this?
Yeah, Mark, on the bottom of your screen, you should see a share screen button.
Okay.
Go ahead and click that.
You can also choose which program to share. Yeah, I know you have multiple screens at work. Yeah, it might be a bit tricky.
Just so if I pick screen to share, that's it.
Yeah.
Is that?
Or you choose a program to share. Okay, here we go. Mm-hmm.
So now we're seeing the neighborhood traffic management. We're seeing the website. Is that what you're after, Mark?
So this is the a draft of the website that Yang was talking about. It's we'll put a notice in the we'll send it out to all the alders and neighborhood leaders, and then we'll put a notice in the announcements of our page to link to this. So this is kind of the draft page right now, and it's going to have a little explanation, a little summary, and talk about some of the criteria. But then down here, we're going to have a link to a interactive map that people can go and look up their project. So that's kind of in the works for now.
Okay.
I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, Mark, do you also have the map ready? The web map that shows all the location of the projects? Or that's not ready to see yet?
That is
is that what everybody got distributed in Legistar, Yang?
No, I don't think we have included that in the Legistar because we are working on those right now. Yeah, if you don't have it ready, that's fine. We can show that to the commission next time when we come back to talk about the whole list.
Okay. Do people have questions on specific projects, or do we want to go through all of them? I guess that's the question. Because there's a lot of them here to look at. In terms, we're assuming that everybody has already, we've dealt with the traffic calming, so it's really just the other projects that we're looking at right now. So, Carl, go ahead.
I do not have a question about projects, at least not just yet. A question about the interactive map. If the idea is that people can add things to the map, or is the map only there for people to see what has been suggested through some other channels?
That's a great question. So right now, we just need people to see, where are the different projects and what has been requested. but eventually we would like to be able to allow folks use the map to give us input as well. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Okay, thank you.
Great, yeah, great question.
Grant?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of everything that I've seen in here. My only question was on the Wright Street proposal. So there's for a refuge island and new sidewalk ramps and crosswalks. This is just north of Carpenter Street. So this is one that's in my district that I've gotten a lot of requests from the the East Madison Community Center for. So great to see that one on here. I just wanted to check and see, connected with this request was also a request for something similar north of here, right out by the Truax neighborhood in EMCC where the other bus stop is. So I didn't know if that was maybe separated as a different request, if it's still under review, and maybe we can follow up later with it as well. I just wanted to make sure that that was under consideration and it might make sense to try and implement the two things together.
So what page, do you know what page the Carpenter one?
E17.
Because we did have some problems. 17. Okay. Well, Carpenter Wright had some issues. We definitely want to do the project. As you ran it by engineering, we found out that there's some grade issues, and we're not sure if we can get across some ramps in there. So we wanted to do a survey before we got too far into putting anything in there, and didn't want to get an island in until we knew where the ramps were going to go. So we are kind of reevaluating right now if we can get that in this year or not. And the other portion further back by the bus stop, I forget the name of the street. Straubel. That we are going to sign and mark just on our TE's folks.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yep.
That's all I am.
Okay. Chris? Whoops, there we go. You're good?
Yeah, I'm here. I think you got me. So I really like that we're moving towards this showing the criteria for looking at the project. So I don't mean to start picking apart at it yet, but I think maybe eventually when we're looking at this, I will be curious how some of them are measured. Like I noticed the connectivity one, probably just have some questions about how you determine that kind of stuff. So just kind of a heads up on that. I did have one question about a project, assuming we're just going into those now.
Yes.
It was I think it was a Drake Street. It actually doesn't really matter exactly which one, but the crosswalk is moved. Where the crosswalk meets the curb is moved away from the intersection a little bit. And I'm just curious how you typically, when you do that, are there typically considerations for how you warn visually impaired folks that where they're walking off the curb has changed?
So, do you know what page that one is on by any chance?
16.
Well, yeah, I think my numbers are not aligning up with yours because.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have page numbers on mine, so.
I'm seeing as 19 out of 24, but I think that's different from what Grant was looking at.
That is good. That is good.
Okay.
Yeah, so that all new ramps are going to have the ADA detectable warning fields. But if you're coming down Orchard Street, for example, we would remove that other ramp so that you would be able to tell that it's gone. And but you're so how does somebody know how to go left and try to? I think, yeah, that is a problem with this type of offset intersection, that we really don't have a way to notify the person how far the ramp is over, other than them using the stick to kind of feel for the opening further down.
Yeah, thanks. It's a a temporary issue, and I think the way the curb cut is marked is probably good.
Yeah. So I would add that there are pros and cons. I think the new design will be helpful in certain ways, but it does create a problem that Chris mentioned. What we typically found is that we don't have a whole lot of innovation impaired users, but when we do, they're typically familiar with certain area, and sometimes we go out to work with them to let them know where facilities are. So, and they typically use certain crosswalks every day or frequently. So they actually will get to know an area pretty quickly. So we'll kind of reach out to maybe the neighborhood association to see if there are any vision impaired users. If so, we'll try to notify them. And when it's built, we can even go outside to sometimes go out to walk with the user so that they knows where things are. That's one way to address that concern.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, great question, Chris. Harold.
This is in the pet bike enhancement document on page 17. It's about the intersection of East Washington and Webster, where you're proposing to have the new marking for people on bikes who turn right from East Wash onto Webster. One comment about that is that this is a tricky spot where this is great if you're turning right onto Webster, but if you're going straight, continuing on East Wash toward the Capitol, you have two right turning travel lanes to the left of you that you have to get over. So did you consider a bike box in this scenario?
So that's, yeah, we could add some, look at some green markings in that situation as well. For that whole lane as Webster crosses East Wash in that area?
Yeah, I mean, you're coming up on East Wash. You are in the bike lane to the right of cars. You will get to the stop line, and then you're kind of on the wrong side of the street. And I know in other locations we have the bike box, like, for example, at, Willie and Blair, where then you have the space to move to the left in front of the car. So you move back to stop line for cars and create that bike box in front of that.
Yep, that's something we would definitely consider.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Ken.
So Yang, just going back to your introduction, it seemed like for the traffic calming, you felt that we had gone through every process for transparency and that we pretty much had sufficient input to make the decision tonight. And then it seemed like you were saying that possibly for the pedestrian crossing thing, that there wasn't, given what you want to do as far as transparency and input and things like that, that maybe you weren't quite ready. Was I understanding you right? I mean, and the reason I ask is because, like, Harold just now had suggested putting in a green box, and Mark said that's a good idea. Are you confident that where we are at with the pedestrian things that we're voting on now, that you have enough input from the stakeholders?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first, the traffic calming projects are in the responsibilities of this commission.
Right.
And the the pedestrian bicycle enhancement projects right now is not officially one of the official duties for the commission. So it's more like staff's decisions. Okay. So we have been working with. So these all the requests, most of the requests, I should say, come from our residents. They made a request, and we work with them to identify improvements. So I think for most part, we're confident that we'll address, the specific concerns of the public through the process. There are definitely lots of engineering judgment from staff involved. So there is kind of the public input component. There is a staff judgment involved. I do think it probably benefit to get the input from the commission as well. For example, just make read the good point about that particular issue. So I do think I think right now I feel pretty comfortable with the process, because as we went through this before, it's much more transparent from than, for example, a couple of years ago already, the whole process. Okay. So I do feel comfortable in that way, and also it's officially staff's decisions to make. But I do think inputs from the commission are pretty valuable as well, because many of you are really spend a lot of time think about things and are experts in different areas. So I guess that's probably something that the subcommittee, traffic calming subcommittee, will look into. What's the best process moving forward. I think there are pros and cons. Asking these projects went through the similar process as traffic calming projects. These are at a much larger volume than traffic calming, and this has a typically smaller cost, less impact, and we want to act on this more quickly if we can. We also understand that the commission has a really heavy workload. We don't want to add to that as well. But
I'll move approval for going ahead with the contracting.
With that one, including that one suggestion of Harold.
That's correct.
Okay, so there's a motion from Ken.
Yeah, before I do that, so Mark, can you also talk about Warden Road that you added recently?
So we did include another set of plans, which actually was supposed to have been done last year, but didn't make it. And I just wasn't sure if this got to the TC or not, because it was included in the a resurfacing project. But this is something we like to try to get added to the traffic calming contract if we can, or else just get these plans looked at so that we can move ahead with getting them installed either through some contract this year or even having TE do it. And so there should have been a PDF that just dealt with Bondurant Road, some markings.
Yes, this was something that Patrick sent out to us ahead of time. Grant, did you have something on this?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was happy to see this. I was just thinking about why don't we have bike lanes out here the other day when I was riding on it. So definitely supportive of getting these put on here. Could somebody just speak to like on the, I guess probably the first page of it, it looks like after the curve, it so it's a sort of a 10-foot travel lane, 5-foot bike lane, 7-foot parking lane, and then it transitions to 14-foot travel lanes. Can somebody just speak to what that is about?
Yeah. So I will. So that's this. Most of the street is 44 foot. So that's that typical cross section we use for to keep parking and bike lanes on both sides. But as you head to the south, or that very first page, actually jot down some other numbers than you guys are seeing, and prove my new numbers here. I think what we want to do is on that first page, keep the bike lane at 7 feet as it comes down along the curve and heads out to Flom Road, and also increase the bike lane width to 6 feet on the parking side or the south side of Bondurant, and then the 2 lanes would be 13 feet instead of 14 feet each. And another reason why I want a little wider lanes through here is that there is some truck traffic that goes back and forth and around curves. It just gives the trucks a little more room to stay in their lane as they curve around. But I think if we keep the bike lane at 7 feet on the north side and have a 8-foot parking lane, a 6-foot bike lane, we would have a pretty good bike lanes through that curvy section.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, maybe just taking one more look before it's finalized and thinking about perhaps just doing some buffers in that section. I think there are perhaps some benefits to getting the lane width skinny down, even with the truck traffic, maybe getting it down to 11-foot lanes with a buffer just really might help provide some comfort for users there and shouldn't really impact anything in terms of the traffic flow. My other just, I guess, general comment, and this is probably something that we should look at in more detail at some point, is the sort of a typical section for a 44-foot. In my experience, a 12 feet for parking and a bike lane is really insufficient. And I don't know what the actual parking utilization is on this stretch. I don't know if there was any kind of parking study done for it. My hunch is we're getting out into an area which is pretty low density, lots of driveways and garages, and I've never seen a lot of cars parked out on here. And it'd really be interesting to consider doing a one side of the street parking to be able to get, I think, much more usable lanes. Even the 13-foot combo is pretty tight, even in good conditions, but a 12-foot is really, I mean, it's truly just a door zone at that point. And especially with a 10-foot travel lane, if there are trucks, et cetera, it gets to be really tight. So maybe just work.
We lost you there, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. If there's not a lot of on-street parking utilization and it wouldn't be a big impact to reduce some of that capacity, this might be a good candidate to have parking on one side and then redistribute that extra 7 feet to get some more space in there for the bike facilities. Thanks.
Okay, Harold?
One comment specifically about the turn, and this relates to the parking situation. So right now, the on-street parking would be on the outside of the curve, so to the east. And maybe you could consider moving the on-street parking within the turn into the inside of the curve, so to the other side, because experience is if you have this type of curve and only painted bike lanes, people will cut the curve on the inside. And I think some of that could be alleviated by moving the parking to the other side.
Okay.
Did you have anything else, Harold?
Nope, that was it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you need to clarify for me. We have a motion and a second on the original resolution, including the addition of Harold's suggestion on the bike box. But what is the request on this Vondran project?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether there can be amendment to add that project to the contract as well.
Okay, so you would like the motion to include this approval of this project? Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. We will. I guess the staff is looking for, amendment to a motion to add the Wandering Road project to to the contract, so that we can figure a way to get those done this year.
Okay. So I have to go back.
My motion.
Say again, Ken?
I would amend my motion to include the project.
Okay, and whoever seconded, are you comfortable with that? I can't recall who seconded.
Nobody seconded it.
Okay, we don't have a second at this point? Okay. Okay, Bill?
I'll second the motion to add Bondurant Road to this project.
And, okay, so the motion.
And the, with the bike box to the original motion, to the original proposal.
Okay, so at this point we have, thank you, Bill. So at this point we have a motion and a second to approve the original resolution with the addition of Harold's suggestion of adding the bike box and also adding approval of the Bondurant project to the contract. Grant.
Thanks. Yang or Mark, do you, in terms of timing, et cetera, would it be possible to take a look at that sort of the parking situation and look at the feasibility of a change in the proposal for the Bondurant one and perhaps bring that back to us in a month to take a look at it, or would that cause issues with implementation?
I think by the time we go survey the that straight stretch of Bondurant up to the railroad tracks, there's businesses in there and it's kind of parking both sides now. So we'd have to kind of talk to them and get, before we just pick a side. And so yeah, that would take some time and probably not be able to get this project done this year then.
Did that answer your question, Grant?
Yeah, so if we went forward with it, I guess what's the cost on striping this?
Right now, we're looking at about $15,000 to get the bike lanes in. And we can make some minor tweaks to it. We actually change a few things without affecting too much here. But if we went to a removing parking for that stretch, that would require some discussion.
Right. So one thought that I have is that we would rather do something that's right instead of quick. So, if the commission not comfortable with it, wants us to look more into it, I would suggest that we wait a bit. Let's talk with do a little bit more checking, and we can come back for that. If we can get it done this year, great. If not, we'll wait for next year.
Yeah, I kind of agree, Yang. I would love to get these in here very much, but I really do have some pretty deep concerns around a 12-foot parking and bike lane. And it would work if there's very little parking there. But if there's very little parking there, then I think we could have something much better. And if this really does have a fair amount of parking, particularly truck parking, et cetera, it's going to basically force people to have to sort of suddenly leave the bike lane to get around stuff anyway. So I guess my inclination at this point would be, certainly supportive of getting bike lanes on Bondurant, but I guess I kind of feel like it would be worth doing this evaluation and making sure that we're putting in, the best facilities we can when we do put them in.
Is that all you had, Grant? Okay.
Yeah.
Bill? Whoops. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was really trying to see if we could get this done this year, but with the comments raised on altering it, that Mark has some concerns as far as whether to do the study and so forth. Maybe it's. I guess the question is, if you get some of the work done, could you add it as an amendment later on to back into the project and still get it done this year? If we don't approve it tonight.
Well, maybe we could approve the section in the residential area and just not do and wait for the rest of it.
Let me suggest, Ann.
Go ahead, Ken.
Let's include it with the understanding that they're authorized to contract if they feel that they have a good, safe project to move forward with, but they're not mandated to complete the project if they, after a week or so of evaluation, decide it's better to just stop and do the whole thing right next year. You know what I mean? So I think we can give them the authority without giving them the mandate. And that's what I would be moving. Would that meet your thing, Grant?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and let traffic engineering only move forward if you feel really good about it. And if not, you can just hold and we'll come back to it. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Are we suggesting that we include approval of the Vondran project if the parking issues are addressed? Is that the particular thing that we're talking about? Or do we want to word it differently?
I think let's just word it the way I worded it, that they're authorized but not mandated, and it will be up to the judgment of traffic engineering how and if to actually proceed this season.
Okay, so we're authorizing them to include the Vondran project in the approval, but leaving the final decision up to traffic engineering. Is that correct?
That's my motion.
Okay, and Bill, you seconded.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, Grant, does that address your issues? I think everybody's still unmuted that was talking. Grant, yes? Okay, I see a thumbs up. Okay, so Bill, can I lower your hand? Did you have anything else, Bill? Nope. Ken, no. Did you have anything else? Okay, all right, further discussion. What I have is a motion on the original resolution to approve the original resolution, including Carl's suggestion of adding the bike box, as well as adding the authorization to include the Vondran project in the approval, but leaving the final decision of proceeding on the Vondran project up to traffic engineering. Does that fairly reflect what you said, Ken?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any comments from folks? Additional discussion? Okay. If there's any objection to unanimous consent to that carefully crafted motion, thank you, Ken, for that. Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands raised, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Yang and Mark, that gives you what you need?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So let's move on to item 14, which is the Vision Zero. So Yang, are you doing that, or is Tom doing that? Who's doing Vision Zero?
Yeah, actually Tom has
he dropped off, didn't he?
Yes, he has some family engagement.
I was going to say I don't see him on here anymore. So
right.
Yang, take it away. All right.
I'm going to do that, and I'm going to share my screen for a quick presentation.
Yes. Can I just say that this is here for feedback only tonight, and it's going to come back to us for approval once it's been introduced at the council. Correct, Yang?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no motion required on this one.
Correct. Yeah, but we're happy to take any inputs and initial thoughts, and we also have specifically have a couple of questions that we want to ask the commission. So let's move forward. Everybody can see my screen, okay?
Yes.
All right. So, thanks to Alder Foster, Alder Tierney, and a few other alders. Actually, I saw some alders still with us, Alder Ramo, and I saw Alder Heck join the meeting before as well. because their efforts and support, the Common Council allocated $350,000 in the 2020 capital budget for us to carry out some Vision Zero advanced projects. We talked about the Vision Zero here before, so I'm not going to repeat those concepts. But one focus of Vision Zero is on speed management, because speed does matter. From this graph, you can see that some of the tests are pretty small, so I'll go to full screen mode. You can have a better view of it. When we are driving at 20 miles per hour, and when some crashes do happen, car crash with a pedestrian, there's 13% chance that the pedestrian may die or suffer serious injury. When we increase that speed to 30 miles per hour, that number increases to 40%. And when we increase to 40 miles per hour, that number is 73%. So from this, you can see speed really matters for safety. This map also shows, some of the high injury network in the city. We did different analysis. So this particular one shows that 50% of the fatal and the critical injuries occur on just 4% of roadways. And actually, if we want to capture like 80%, the number increase to I think 89% or so, and if we catch 100%, that increase the network could be more, but still a pretty small portion of our whole roadway network. So we want to focus our resources on these high injury roadways, even though with all the impact of COVID-19, staff feels like this is something important to move forward. So we developed quite a long list of projects, but we found it narrowed down to a few projects that to fit with to the budget that we have this year. So we're proposing some speed reduction projects on some roadways, Old Middleton, Gammon Road, Prairie Road, East Washington Avenue, and Milwaukee Street. We are also proposing a few intersection improvement projects that they're on this high injury network that we want to increase the visibility of crosswalks, for example, or change signal phasing, change signing to help out as part of pedestrians at these locations. We are also proposing to install some bollards at East Washington and Livingston to protect pedestrians in the Central Island in the middle of the street, because there's a two-stage crossing. We got a lot of complaints for that. So those are kind of the main concept of projects. I will not, dive into details, but I can bring up with a list of the projects at the end. If we have any questions on a particular one, we can go to them. I also want to mention that we have $350,000 in total, and this project adds up to I think maybe over $200,000. We are reserving. So there's another project didn't show here is a request for proposal to bring a consultant on board to look at our safety data, and then pick out suitable locations. We can develop some applications. We want to apply for some federal safety grants. So hopefully that $100,000 can turn into much more in terms of federal safety grants, and we can do more intersection physical improvements. We are also reserving some money for speed boards to support the speed reduction project. It's very important to bring the message out to the driving public. So we'll purchase a few mobile speed trailers. When we roll the program, we will bring those speedboards over there, and they can indicate how fast people are driving. We also reserved $30,000 for our police department, because enforcement has to go hand in hand with the speed reduction projects. So we'll help them to purchase some equipment to help do the enforcement. All these projects has challenges, particularly East Washington Avenue. So I want to talk a bit more about the East Washington Avenue as an example. East Washington Avenue is very important because over the last 10 to 15 years, the land use has fundamentally changed. It basically turned from surface parking lot to some very high density mixed-use development. It is on the high injury network. There has been a lot of safety issues. And also when we developed the capital budget last year, you see the example that came up again and again. And also, the owners, businesses, and residents frequently comment on how difficult it is to cross the street and about the travel speed. However, as I mentioned, this will have have the impact as well. One particular impact is for metro operation that has been very careful. Metro already have challenges on-time performance for some of the routes, particularly Route 6. We can see from here, the inbound operation is not that bad. Lead arrival rate, are, for example, worst is 6:30 p.m., 5.5%. That's not great, but comparing to the outbound, it's much better. So the outbound is the main concern. We have 11:30, 10.8% lead arrival rate, and up to about 20% for the PM peak. So we have actually we worked with the metro staff, and we worked on some data to see how much the impact will be. So we use some probe data, which are vehicles running on the street. There's some aggregate data from there. So we did some analysis. So this one shows at 4 p.m. How much impact this is going to have. Post speed limit right now is 35 miles per hour, and we'll propose to reduce to 25 miles per hour. This blue line shows basically how people are driving right now with a free flow situation. So that's actually a 6 a.m. situation, how people are driving. You can see people are not driving at 30 miles per hour, 35 miles per hour. People are driving at lower speed, even 6 a.m. in the morning, there is not many people around. At 4 p.m. though, this is right now over here, people are driving even much slower because it's very congested. So it's well below the 25-mile speed limit. So we feel like the impact to metro operation is there, but maybe not as big as what it could be if the roadway is not congested. Same story for for noon. That's another kind of peak time. And the same situation for the morning peak, for example, 8 a.m. So again, that shows that during congestion, travel speeds are already much lower than the post speed limit at 35 miles per hour. And the speed limit reduction may have little effect on bus operation. This slide actually shows, for this area, the changes in number of driving units. In 2000, we have only about 100 driving units, but right now we have over 1,000. So we can see the landscape really has changed here. But we do realize the impacts to metro operations. So we want to figure out. We've been working with metro staff. What are things we can do to mitigate the effort? During that process, the conversation also came up that maybe we can reduce speed on East Washington from Pickens Street to Baldwin or Ingersoll from 35 to 25. Maybe we can also do a little expansion from Ingersoll or Baldwin to Milwaukee. We can reduce from 35 to 30 miles per hour. That means I think messaging-wise for a public is a little more difficult because we are proposing 2 zones with 2 different speed limits. So it's got to be more confusing for people. And also we'll need more enforcement support. We'll need more devices to show people's speed. But I think that's something that we can consider. So we would like to hear whether the commission has any input on that. We are also thinking about integrating some of the mitigating efforts into this initiative and get approval, from the commission, from the council as well. And those are some of the measures we have discussed with Metro. We would like to restrict parking on East Washington near Baldwin for both directions for about 150 feet, so that we can basically create a short bus lane near the critical intersection for buses. And we want to remove parking on East Washington Avenue between the railroad and the First Street, again, for metro operation. We're also looking to additional bus lanes with pending federal grant application. That's 5339B grant application to introduce more bus lanes on East Washington Avenue in this stretch. And we're also working with the Metro to look at a stretch between Webster and Blair Street for potential bus lane on the outbound. But there are many more issues involved with that. We're doing some modeling and we're looking into some whether it's possible to move the curb a little bit. So so that's going to be a work in progress. And we also want to review signal timing progression. We want to redo all signal timing, so it's time at 25 miles per hour instead of still 35 miles per hour. And we also specifically want to look at how we can help the buses progress through the corridor. So with that, that's kind of introduction for the projects. And I will also like to share the detailed list just to facilitate our discussion. Let me bring that up.
And that was distributed in Legistar as well. So.
Yeah. So that's right. Yeah, this was distributed with the Legistar as well. So those are kind of details of the the projects. And if you have any questions on any of those, Mark and I can answer questions as well. But we're also here to I think sort comments and inputs from the commission, particularly on 2 things. One, on East Washington Avenue, should we expand the project limit to Milwaukee Street? But for Pickens to Baldwin, we do 25 miles per hour. From Baldwin to Milwaukee, we do 30 miles per hour. Or that can be, the 30 miles per hour zone can be a future project. Maybe should just focus on Pickens to Baldwin, for better success of the program. The second question is that what does the commission feel if we build some of the metro mitigation measures into this initiative and sought approval for the commission and the council at a later date.
Okay, I have Grant, go ahead.
Thank you, Yang. Thanks for all the staff work on this. This is really exciting. You mentioned all the alders that were in support of it. This was actually unanimous support, unanimous co-sponsorship by all alders for this budget amendment. So I think you've got citywide support for this. It's really exciting to see it move forward. Very supportive of what you've shared with us tonight. I think getting a consultant on to get those safety grants. I think someone had mentioned that, I think Bill had mentioned that opportunity at a past TC meeting, and sounds like there's maybe some longer term funding out there. So that makes a lot of sense to try and get that moving. Speed boards also, obviously they're not a permanent solution, but there are so many streets where there's really such significant speeding that I think getting some more of those in traffic engineering's hands makes a lot of sense as well. So I'm also supportive of that. I saw Lieutenant Fiori's on the call here. One thing that we might want to also consider is if we get some more inventory of those boards is to even consider kind of pooling the ones that traffic engineering has along with the ones that MPD has. And, just making sure we have kind of a good coordinated plan so that I'd love to see all of the speed boards we have pretty much deployed somewhere at all times, and really just make sure that we're, moving them around as needed, but that we're really taking full advantage of them. So that might be an opportunity if we get some more on board to just kind of come up with a deployment plan and strategy of making sure we're getting our money's worth out of them. The Route 6 bus performance, I thought that was some good data that you guys shared and good information. It seems pretty clear that the on-time performance issues are related to congestion of the roadway. So it doesn't look like a speed reduction should really be an issue there. And to the degree that some of the parking restrictions that you're looking for would help keep the buses moving, I'm very fully supportive of that. Obviously, this is something we're going to have to figure out long-term in this corridor. So that all makes sense to me. I'm also very supportive of adding that additional stretch of East Washington and going from the 35 down to the 30 out to Milwaukee. While it might be a little bit more complicated message that there's two, sort of different reductions. On the other hand, I think it's also better for drivers if you're going from 35 down to 30 down to 25 rather than you're just clipping along at 35 and then all of a sudden it drops to 25. So I think it in a different way is kind of more intuitive to have it step down. And it's a very busy and populated section along there with East High, in particular, lots of school kids crossing there. So I think it makes a lot of sense to pursue that at the same time. I had two questions for you. One was just in terms of the project selection. It looked like it was nice sort of geographic distribution of the projects. I didn't see anything on the north side, and I don't know if there were any candidates that were considered up there, but Northport just screams at me as another really important corridor that we should be looking to get a handle on the speeds up there. So I don't know if that was considered or maybe it's on a list that didn't make the cut, but if not, I think that would be great for staff to take a look at Northport as a potential speed reduction opportunity. And then my second question was for the proposal to use some of the funds to buy, looks like lasers for MPD to aid in enforcement. If either you or Lieutenant Fiori could just speak to kind of what that request is, how much of the funds that would be, and kind of what the thinking is in terms of how that would help with enforcement.
Okay, I unmuted Lieutenant Fiori so he can answer along with Yang.
Sounds good. So I will try to answer the first question, and then I'll defer the second question to Lieutenant. It's a great point that Northport area needs a lot of attention as well. We do agree to that. Actually, we did look into that area, but I think for this year's list, we look at the kind of Packers Avenue area. But we can, you know, I think a natural extension for that, it would go to Northport as well. Northport Packers kind of a continuing, you know, one corridor. Because we only have a limited amount of funds, so we couldn't do a whole lot. So we didn't, you know, that didn't make the short list, but we'll definitely keep on the list for future years. And hopefully, you know, this is not the, you know, the only year we're going to do something. Hopefully, this can become a, you know, a yearly program. Great comment. We'll keep those, you know, the Northport Packers Avenue on our list for future year.
Thanks. And just a note on that, you know, as we're starting to enter budget season, I totally agree with you. And again, I expect that there's a lot of support for continuing this work in future years. So it'd be great, you know, maybe at a future meeting to even come and share what, you know, here's sort of the next tier. You know, if we had the money, here's some additional projects we'd like to consider. That might be really helpful as we enter budget season to really get an understanding of what else we could do and how much that would cost. So to the degree you guys could start kind of working on that and share that out, I think it would be really helpful for us as well.
Sure. Great point.
Is that all you had, Grant?
Yeah, I think Lieutenant Fiore was going to answer about lasers.
Did you write? Go ahead, Lieutenant Fiore. You should be unmuted.
Yeah, the lasers, and in fact, we, as I took over the position as a traffic lieutenant, the request was one of the earlier requests I got from the districts was that patrol officers were looking to get more lasers available so they could do some more speed enforcement. It's challenging depending on roadway and congestion and other factors. Lasers aren't widely available. Typically, our traffic team has one laser per traffic officer. And then there's kind of the hand-me-down lasers that are available to the districts. 1 to 2 lasers per district. And when you're talking anywhere from 30 to 70 patrol officers working out of a district, it's hard to get it so officers can have that as a readily available tool. While the radars are widely available in squad cars, not to attribute it to generational differences, but it's just different technology. Lasers are much more intuitive and much easier to use in urban settings with congestion and vehicles going in both directions in close proximity. They're target specific in the sense that you point the laser, you look through an eyepiece and you point the laser at a vehicle you're wishing to measure that speed. So the officers are wanting to use that tool, and their ability to be able to pick up the laser, to park somewhere quickly, pick up the laser, measure speed, do some spot enforcement, respond to complaint areas, and do meaningful traffic enforcement. The lasers are much more flexible and overall, I think efficient is a great way of putting it. I don't think they're any more or less accurate than radar. Radar's been around a lot longer and is a very proven technology for measuring speed. It's just more complicated. So it'd be a great tool for us to provide more of those for patrol officers to be able to do speed enforcement efforts. I would rather have officers doing hazardous moving violation enforcement than if they're wanting to do traffic enforcement than non-hazardous or equipment violations. I think probably everybody in this committee would echo that, and that we're really looking forward at getting after the hazardous moving violations and the dangers that those present on our roadways. So that's really the request in a nutshell is getting more easy to use, efficient tools in officers' hands that they're asking for.
Great. So this would be then intended for the 2 per district or something for POs, not for the test team.
Well, what we'd more than likely do is the lasers are kind of layered depending on how we got different opportunities to purchase them. Usually they're about anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 a piece. So it's not something that we can usually purchase a lot of those out of our operating budgets every year. So usually it takes a grant or other opportunity to get new ones. So the ones that the test officers have, the one drawback is they're not long range. So we would probably look at getting the new ones into the test officers' hands so they could do more enforcement on the longer distance areas like the Beltline, Stoughton Road. So there would be some, we would look at deploying those to test, and if they did go to test, then the remainder and anything that was replacing test lasers would then get pushed out to the district. But ultimately, we would look at probably being in a position where we'd be pretty close to about 3 per district, and then having the test officer still fully equipped.
That's helpful. And do you know this has come up obviously in budget discussions and in other places, but capacity both for the test team, but then also availability and capacity for POs to do traffic enforcement generally has been a challenge.
Right.
Do you see things changing there, or sort of what kind of capacity do you anticipate? How much do we think that? How much can we count on enforcement to sort of back up some of these changes? And yeah, I guess that I'd love to sort of say, yeah, if this is what's needed, let's do it. But then if we get a bunch of new lasers and we still don't have the capacity to do it, I'm sort of just wondering and questioning, is that $30,000 that we could instead take another stretch to put the speed limit down? So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, in terms of how these would be utilized, it's an aging piece of equipment for the lasers we do have for the test officers, and those certainly get well utilized. So it's not that they're in disrepair. It's just they are a piece of equipment that the test officers certainly utilize those on a daily basis, and that's their primary enforcement tool. I think if we sifted down the number of laser tickets written versus radar tickets, it would probably be on the magnitude of 95%, if not greater, are laser tickets. They're just that much more easier and intuitive to use. So to answer your question, I would be very supportive. I think it's a meaningful tool that if this had been more widely available tool to officers, I think it's one of those pieces of equipment that they're in between calls, they're caught up in reports. They might have 10 or 15 minutes to go park somewhere in an area that's in their beat that they get complaints on and run laser for 10 minutes. May or may not produce a traffic ticket, but at least they're out there visibly doing it. Versus radar, it's just more of a challenge, and they're far less likely to do a traffic enforcement effort running radar than they would with a tool that they can have sitting on their passenger seat, pick up, look out the window, and do a concerted effort at trying to do some effective enforcement. That coupled with the prior to everybody's world changing a little bit with COVID, where we had to pump the brakes a little bit on proactive traffic enforcement. The districts were pushing out hazardous moving violations in these high-risk corridors and really trying to get after these hazardous violations. So I'd really I am fully confident that these will be meaningful tools that officers will be grabbing on their way out the door to start their shift. There would be time in most shifts for them to set up and do some efforts. Young is the right word, or the wrong word, but the newness of the percentage of officers that have joined our department within the past 5 years. These are eager officers who are motivated, who want to be doing these types of proactive enforcement efforts. And I just want to get the tools in their hand to help them do that and to meet the goals of the districts and their safety efforts and traffic efforts, as well as this commission. And I think this is the right tool for the job to be pushing out to get in patrol officers. I think I'm 100% confident they would be get used and it would be a meaningful tool to put in their hands.
That's great, thank you. And my last follow-up question on that is: do we track the number of
kind of time spent or hours spent from POs on speed enforcement activities, or like would we be able to, if we went forward with this and we said, hey, are we seeing more time spent doing it? Any way to measure that?
I think the way to measure it would be we would look at the citation. I think it would be easier to track by citation numbers. So if we took the numbers of citations issued by non-traffic officers, and speeding tickets written by non-test officers, I think that would be your indicator. If we saw an uptick in that, consistently capturing kind of that daily log of activity, it may not do the consistency wise, might not give you a best picture, but I think the what's coming out of those efforts will. Lasers are that efficient that you can literally park for under 30 seconds and be identifying a speeder and get that turned around in 10 or 15 minutes and be onto a call or put yourself back in service. So I think with the support we've had for staffing and our staffing levels, and I think the way things are shaping up, I think you will start to see that traffic enforcement back on the rise. And that would be your measuring stick, I think, is the number of speeding citations issued by non-test officers.
Great, thank you. That was all really helpful. That's all I have, Ann.
Okay. Chris? There you go.
Okay, thanks. Alder Foster covered a lot of what I was going to say, including general support for a lot of this stuff. Just 2 points I'll make. One is on East Wash. I support the idea of expanding this treatment further on East Wash. I think it does make sense probably to do it all at once, even if they're different changes. I'm kind of thinking to myself and wondering, and I'm also assuming that these projects would happen soon, what the impacts of the current traffic volumes would be on implementing these projects. Part of me says it might be easier because people are out of their normal habits. On the other hand, I assume you're probably seeing speeds up now, so it might be harder to implement lower limits.
Who's going to handle it, Yang or
question would be, are there any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Lieutenant Fiore, I had heard that speeding is more of an issue these days with the less traffic.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly speak to what the last 4 projects, what we saw in terms of the specificity for the East Washington corridor. The number of complaints we've gotten on cruiser activity throughout that corridor, really from 4th Street inbound. And really it's the stretch of East Washington. I think Lieutenant Nelson, it really affects both North, East, and Central districts. I think the cruiser, what we identify as cruiser activity, so early evening to late night, Friday and Saturday nights on East Washington Avenue, accounted for somewhere between 30 and 50% of all the traffic complaints that we received in the last month. To what extent that will affect behavior of those, I think what we're seeing is that the outliers, the combination of less congestion and lowered expectations for enforcement, and the fact that we have good wide roadways and they say that they're used to, they're built to handle a huge volume of vehicles. It creates some opportunities for some really reckless driving behavior that we're seeing. It's not unusual. In the last four grants that we did, I asked for and received support from the chief to resume our alcohol enforcement grants because of what we're seeing out there in terms of speed and behaviors. And the average speed for most of those grants of vehicles that we're stopping, the average speeds are somewhere around 21 miles an hour over this posted speed limit. We had on our last one last Saturday night, we had 2 vehicles that were stopped for doing 93 on the Beltline. So I don't know if the average driver is increasing their speed, but certainly that segment that's on the one end of the bell-shaped curve, that fringe, that behavior is extending well beyond what we have normally seen. Where we would normally run an activity with a threshold somewhere around 10 to 13 miles an hour over the speed limit to try to get the more egregious driving. We're somewhere in the area of 19 to 20 miles per hour that we've pushed that limit, and that keeps everybody busy. All of our stop cars making stops. We don't want to be in a position where we stop somebody for doing 65 on the belt line and somebody passes us going 90 because we don't have any stop cars. It's a tricky balance for the test officers. So we have seen that fringe of the egregious driving kind of get pushed out, and really what we're seeing is, and that's really why we got support from the chief to get back out there and get after these really hazardous moving violations.
Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Ann.
Yang, did you, Chris, you had asked about if it's easier to implement the speed change now with fewer drivers. And I don't know if we actually got an answer to that. Yang, did you want to comment on that?
Sure. I think Lieutenant Furry kind of touched on a little bit about that. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of hard to tell. With fewer people out, some drivers are driving pretty fast nowadays. And so right now, I think because of lower traffic volume, maybe it's easier for enforcement to enforce the speed limit. But I think when there are more drivers on the road, I think just because there's some congestion, people are driving a bit slower. So I can see maybe even since they're people are kind of copy each other's behavior. So maybe at a time, maybe that's a better time. But I think one thing that is important to consider. I think we want to have something. I think it's good to have something in place when the state is opening up its economy, when there are more drivers back on the road. I think that's kind of opportunity to change, to influence their behavior. So if we can have the Vision Zero projects out there, whether it's this or different ones, when they are back on the road, we can remind them to drive safely. That would be I think a very, very valuable thing to do. So again, that's maybe not enforced. That's not directly related to the difficulty of enforcement, but I think that's more like a opportunity for us to be present, and there are opportunities to change the driver's behavior.
Sure. Chris, did you have something else then?
Quick one to follow up on that. And this is for Yang mostly. I like to see the mitigation stuff on East Wash. And I don't really have a question, but I think it kind of signals to me that you're thinking about how this might interplay with BRT, possibly queue jumping, if that's the route that makes sense in a location like that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we have been thinking a lot about that.
Okay. Next, Ken.
So I think what I'd like to ask the police department for is some data, say over the last 20 years, for cases on East Washington where there's been fatalities or critical injuries, to tell us time of day and in whether it is high congestion or low congestion, and whether the estimated speed at time of impact was at least 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. And the reason I say this is one of the quirky things about me is that I really do get to page 5 on the State Journal, and I follow this fairly much. And just intuitively, I would say that half to 2/3 of fatalities and critical injuries occur with non-compliant drivers, meaning they've either gone through a light or they are at least 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit, which generally occurs late at night or at least past that time. And so what I'm saying is I'm fully embracing the traffic engineering aspect of it, which I frankly think will make it much more pedestrian friendly for that area, going from 100 units to 1,000 units, and just the need to get across that street. But I'm not necessarily sure that that is going to give us as much impact as enforcement would give us on the non-compliant reckless driver. And just intuitively, I think that's where, when we start saying an accident isn't just an accident, it gets a lot more points, unfortunately, if there's a death and other kinds of things. I think the high number contact ones come with non-compliance, and I think that's an issue for strategies for enforcing, whether the speed is 35 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour. The people who are cruising are still going to go 80 miles an hour. And that's, I think, where we get the ambulance calls. So I'd like to ask that MPD possibly go through its inventory and try to generate some kind of data that says of the fatalities over the last 20 years on East Washington, here were the scenarios. Estimated speed was 40 miles an hour, or driver went through a red light or something like that, just so that we sort of understand that's a whole different element than changing the speed limit and the timing and things like that.
So Ken, what you're suggesting, if I can just make sure I'm understanding, is that in addition to these projects that are being proposed, that we might want to look at additional enforcement, and what you're talking about, that study would certainly be a way to support that.
Well, what I'm also saying is to better estimate what our realistic goals are, because if the lowering the speed limit and changing that and assuming people are relatively compliant, but that might only have been responsible for historically 1/3 of all the fatal and critical accidents that we have, and that doesn't really touch then that other group. And so that when we're measuring what did we get out of this, that we're more realistic, because I don't think we're going to eliminate it. I think what we can do is we can target a certain type of behavior and maybe get really good impact on that, but we aren't necessarily going to get impact on what we see with reckless drivers who are choosing to be out there at times where they can go pretty fast because, as the officer said, this is actually, growing up in Chicago, that's the time when everybody was doing drag racing on their supercars. They waited till 10 o'clock at night. They didn't try to do it at the other times.
So yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's it's the challenge of Vision Zero that the partnership is so critical in both the mitigation factors and roadway designs and speed limit examinations, coupled with enforcement. I think either one of those elements without the other starts to limit the effectiveness of either. So I would certainly agree that enforcement plays a key role in my 22 years of experience, and I think the effectiveness of us changing drivers' behavior dramatically. I've been dealing with cruisers since I was a rookie, so and I've written a lot of tickets on East Washington Avenue for that type of behavior. So I think it's effective. I think it's more effective when it's partnered and coupled with meaningful, purposeful improvements in the highway design and signage and the different things that traffic calming through engineering can really bring to the table. So I'll certainly effort on getting that, fleshing out as much data. I would agree with you that I think you're on point that it is the egregious violator that is causing the vast majority of fatalities, and any speed limit sign might be secondary to anything else that they have going on. But we'll certainly try to flesh that data out for you.
Thanks.
Okay. Harold?
Yes, thank you very much. Lots of good topics to talk about. I'll just quickly follow up on this discussion. I think Ken and I are a little bit on the opposite side of the spectrum here. I mean, I think that you cannot rely on enforcement if you have a roadway that is designed like a highway, that is straight, that has wide lanes, that doesn't have crosswalks, that does not have buildings abut to it, that looks like something that, yeah, sure, I can go 80 here, that's not a problem. So I think, and I want to emphasize based on the presentation that we have seen, and Yang can maybe clarify that. I mean, the approach here on East Washington is not to just replace one speed limit sign with another, but there are things like changing the signal phasing to encourage adherence to the posted speed limits. There are pavement markings, there are crosswalks, which I think all are these infrastructure elements that, I mean, police cannot be on the road 24/7. I mean, we cannot achieve that. And if you are on East Wash all the time, well, then people who want to race go onto another street. So I'm pretty firmly in the infrastructure camp on this. And I think that this then ties also into this question, like the specific item about getting the additional lasers. I mean, as Alder Foster has pointed out, I mean, it would be easy to say, like, yeah, let's just do it. It's a relatively small amount of money. But I mean, the overall pot of money is also limited. And as Yang has pointed out, I mean, there's a long list of problems or of projects that could be funded. And so I have concerns about using that money for getting those additional lasers. One point to follow up on the discussion that Chris has started on other improvements to East Wash and bus rapid transit and all that. I was wondering about that as well, because at the presentation for the Transportation Policy and Planning Board about these potential VMT reduction driven projects, I think things like bus lanes on East Wash were also part of what was in the thinking. And so I'm just trying to understand, I mean, there are many different components. As Ken has said, you know, even if you can't eliminate all the injuries, it might make for a better pedestrian experience, or we can speed up metro service. So there seems to be lots of different approaches to the same corridor that are partly funded by different projects, might be on different timelines. And so just getting a little bit better understanding about that would be helpful. And then the final comment is just looking through the list of projects. Old Middleton stuck out to me as one where, like, I mean, this sounds like a perfectly fine project. It looks like it's not going to be very expensive. It is a gap in the bike network, but it didn't seem like one to fit into this schema of high injury corridors where you have wide roads. And so I was just wondering how Old Middleton made it into the list.
So yeah, great question on Old Middleton. I think a number of considerations went to us recommending that. One is, to balance out of the geographic coverage. Two is that, as you mentioned, that's a really critical piece of a bike network that right now it's missing. And we have actually pretty, wide road over there because there's a parking lane, but the parking is not being used. So we are basically removing those and replace with the bike lanes and narrow down the driving lane and reduce the speed limit. Because of high speed, I think we have seen some, I couldn't remember off the top of my head how many, but there's some crashes on there we want to address. Even though it's not that busy road, but it does have a safety problem because of the roadway is wide open. There's high speed on there. So yeah, great question though.
Is that all you had, Harold, then?
Yeah, and if you just could say something about how the different initiatives for all the things that may be happening on East Wash tie into each other.
Sure, yeah, that's another really good point. You're absolutely right. There are many things that we're thinking about, for different infrastructure, such as East Washington Avenue. Just as Mayor mentioned at her remark that I think this time is challenging, but also presents opportunities. I think we are kind of on the staff has been on the same page with the mayor, and we're actively looking into things that we can pilot, potentially take advantage of the no traffic volume situation, and hopefully when this ends, we end up with a better, more equitable and safer and more resilient transportation network. So one of those initiatives are take advantage of the BMT reduction and trying to reconfigure the roadway space, get more bike and bus facilities in our network. So some of those projects will happen on East Washington Avenue as well, and we also have some grant application. If we got those grants, we'll do some bus lane improvements as well. And also we have the BRT project that's going to be really big projects coming. So there are lots of things that's in play right now. So we're trying to kind of move forward where we can, but with kind of bigger picture in mind, trying to correlate all the different efforts from different initiatives. So hopefully it's kind of like putting a puzzle together, really. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Next, Bill.
Okay, thank you. Everything I've heard tonight is what I was hoping we were going to get for our project, and you've done a great job, Yang and Mark, on getting this started. One of the things that I have not heard, though, and I appreciate, and I think it's got to be when we do this with strong help from the law enforcement to work in tandem. But I think there's a third element, and that's the public relations. And I think we need to try to have a good strong public relations effort in combination with the enforcement, as well as telling people what's happening. I think, it doesn't all have to happen just at one time. It could be one corridor at a time, depending on whatever you get done as far as changing speeds and the other changing the signal timing and so forth, and work with law enforcement to get at that time when that happens, that all works together, but also working with public relations to make sure that the public knows why the changes are being made, and that this is I think we have some good facts, and we want to get the citizens involved. Yeah, it's going to be tough to try to get those outliers regardless of what we do. And a sign obviously is not going to change their driving behavior. But I think if we get the majority of our citizens behind us, I think we have a better chance of improving the safety out there. Just as one little tidbit of something that I hope that you consider is the use of flags when you change the speed limit. Put flagging out there at least for a 6-month period or something like that, and maybe even besides just the advisory signing of the speed limit trailers, but maybe even changeable message signs saying the new speed limit in enforce, and keep it out there for a couple of weeks or a month or whatever makes sense. But I think we've got to get the public behind us on this if we're going to make a difference. So if the public understands why the speeds are being reduced, then I think we have a better chance of getting our speed limit or our speeds enforced, or are obeyed by get our average speeds down. So I think that's important. And I know, Lieutenant, that you've probably stretched or applied for all the grants you can, but never give up on Bureau of Transportation Safety as far as additional lasers if there's grant programs and so forth. But I think, have you had any discussions with BOTS as far as this program and whether it's this year or at least maybe applications for next year grants for doing some of this work when we do additional corridors?
Yeah, and really the BOTS has been a great partner and very supportive of our efforts. I think the grants that they do provide, by and large, again, having only been in this traffic position since January, and splitting that 50% with emergency management. So guess what I've been doing for the last 2 months? We've really looked at what most of those grants have been for overtiming and staffing hours. But certainly that's, I've been working with Jim Powell with in our department and looking at other funding opportunities for those tools. And I think the point made earlier to really by Alder Foster, making sure that the tools that we do have, such as the speed boards, making sure that we're really coordinating and maximizing those pieces of equipment we are able to secure. I think the funding was identified in here was, again, an opportunity to utilize funding that it kind of is right in that middle area where it's beyond operating expenses, but probably would not on its own reach a capital project standing alone, but certainly in the partnership that Vision Zero between law enforcement and transportation engineering and the other partners that we have. It's a far-reaching tool. We've utilized those grants to do these traffic safety efforts for years. I don't want to say an exact number of what we're in line for funding this year, but between alcohol, seatbelt, speed, pedestrian bike, we've been maximizing every minute that we could out of those dollars. So I will certainly I concur with you 100% that we will scrounge as much as we can to try to find those grant dollars to do that. I just don't know with any degree of certainty that I can say that if these lasers weren't funded this way, I'm pretty sure I could get a grant to fund them this year or when that. I just don't have the knowledge of the depth of if BOTS or other transportation sources are making equipment grant funding available right now.
Yeah, I would also like to say that I really appreciate the Bill's comment about the public relations. That's definitely a critical piece of it. Actually, I just asked the mayor's planning team to add agenda for tomorrow's meeting. Talk about this. So I'm going to can talk about some of this. the better part is that I got, after this meeting, I got to kind of review the slides that my staff just put together, make it ready for tomorrow. But I've been working with some really good staff from quite a few different agencies on the Vision Zero initiative, as many of you know. So one of the key elements we identified is public engagement. So I think we're going to do a lot of that. We, unfortunately, because of COVID-19, we have paused our activities on that. But just recently, a smaller group of city staff resumed the meeting on that, and we actually got support from Bloomberg Associates, kind of to guide us through the initiative. They have been working a lot with other cities like New York City and others. So it's really good to have their guidance on that. We actually, as of today, I think we just almost finalized our Vision Zero logos. I think they look really awesome, and we'll show that to the mayor tomorrow. We're also developing a lot of marketing materials, like a really nice brochure to tell the public how, why, what Vision Zero is, and why it is important, and why should all of us be on board with that. So hopefully we can get more of those going. The initial plan was to, we'll do a resolution at the council, and we'll make a big announcement by the mayor and the council. And then we start to do these kind of programs, right? So when people have that background. But because of the, the COVID-19, we kind of, that disrupt the plan. Ideally, we should do all those engagement first before we roll out the projects. But we really don't want to miss opportunities here to, roll out these projects. So the timing will be a little bit off. We will not be perfect, but I think we'll hopefully get some of the, the communication elements going as well, along with the rollout of the physical projects. So great point. And also we'll definitely use the flags and the changeable message signs to get the message out to folks.
I just have one follow-up question, maybe for you, Yang, and for the lieutenant. And don't answer it now, but talk offline between the two of you. Try to find a champion or champions at local media outlets that are supportive, and if they're looking for a story besides COVID, this would be a good one. And maybe we can get some extra mileage with some good reporters covering more aspects of Vision Zero.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get our efforts under a broader Vision Zero umbrella. I think it's more meaningful and impactful to know it's an effort by the city, and that enforcement by itself isn't just for enforcement's sake. We're really trying to affect driving behaviors and look at the hazardous violations. So yeah, we're definitely in agreement that messaging is key, and looking forward to rolling it out sometime this summer.
Is that all you had then, Bill?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Alder Rummel. There you go.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everybody. This has been a really good conversation, and the more you talk, the more notes I took. So I really am excited by this going forward. And my notes started with some observations that I wouldn't mind sharing, and then some things based on what I heard from others. When the whole thing about congestion and the PowerPoint, it's really struck me because on more than one occasion, I have driven all the way out from the square out to past Easttown at rush hour. And I often say, why am I doing this? But you do really go slow from the square, but it changes. It changes at First Street. And I think that's because Highway 113 takes off and people start to leave. And almost every single time, and this is my only anecdotal experience, traffic speeds up and it's less congested. So people pick up. So I'm sure you've observed that, but I just think it's something to, when you're planning, and it makes sense to step it, the speed limits, because that's makes sense to me. But the question that I started thinking about is, given that we're based all this data on the old normal, I just wonder what the new normal is. I mean, 33 million people don't have a job across the nation. And some of those jobs are gone for some period of time. And it just seems to me that we just don't really know how that will affect commuter traffic at some point. And, I don't know that we can speculate, but I just wanted to say that because we just don't know. So I don't know what else to say. We just don't know. Another observation that I have is, well, you had a point in the PowerPoint about the parking restrictions, and to the comments about doing good public outreach. At Baldwin is a major employer, and that's Shop Up, and I'm pretty sure all their employees are the ones who you're going to dislocate if we change these rules to help with bus queuing. And I kind of cringe. I'm the person that fights for parking when other people fight to get rid of it. So I get that I am, and maybe in a minority in this group, but at some point we need to really do a good job helping them plan for when PRT comes and when these disruptions to what they got used to happens. Yeah, and then I don't really understand, and I'll keep talking, but maybe later Yang can talk about what they meant by the parking restrictions from Railroad Street. Is that just the normal street rules that would just go to 2 hour or something different? But you don't have to answer that until I'm done. I do want to really appreciate the lieutenant's comments, and some of the Central District alders got an email today from Captain Donahue about the initiative that you all have been doing in all the districts about traffic enforcement. And I really think that's important, and all our neighborhoods just really, that's what they want you to do. Though we hear about speeding as much as we hear about anything. And East Washington lately, as everyone knows who is involved, the complaints have been skyrocketing because people, I guess, are bored or whatever. But one thing that strikes me is the culture of cruising isn't something that's just a constant. I think it ebbs and flows, and I think we need to disrupt it. And so I appreciate the disruption that is now, for as long as you guys can put the resources there, we thank you. And I know that, we're juggling a lot of things. So I understand that there's sometimes triage and you have to do other things, but the more you can do that, I think the better. I don't know that this has not been discussed somewhere and I just missed it, but also the whole pedestrian feel for the corridor from the Capitol all the way out to First Street. As the PowerPoint suggests, there's more housing, but there's also things like the public market and more things that are going to be happening. So the more we can do improvements at these, widen them, make them, really, here you go, people. We're going to make it safe for you to get across. Then we have to make it safe for them to cross the street. And finally, I guess the PR thing really struck me. Because really that's half the battle, right? Is telling people the rules are changed. You have to go slower now. And I haven't done it lately, but my parents are in Chicago and I drive there, pretty regularly. And there's this one speed sign that kind of talks to you. It doesn't just say, new traffic rules ahead. It tells you stories. Can we start looking at what they do there? Because it tells you, different things that catch your attention maybe and make you think. So not just a one, here's the rule and sort of, pedantic, but even more engaging with people. What is Vision Zero? It's coming. Do you know what that means? I don't really know. I'm sure there's ways that you professionals could figure out how to do that, but I would really like to see that. And the one thing Harold said about signal phasing, I have to admit, I'm more of a driver maybe than some. And I often in my head thank the traffic engineers when I can go like from the near west side all the way through downtown and all the way basically to, on Johnson Street, pretty far, and never stop once. Now, I know drivers like that, but I don't know that that's necessarily the best way. But if it is the way, make the speed where it works slower. Because if you're speeding up to make those lights, you're speeding. But if it's going to work for you at 24 miles an hour, then you're going to go 24 miles an hour so you can get through that whole corridor without having to stop. So I'm sure you guys think about that, because I know as an alder, when I say, hey, I want you to do a signal here, like, oh, that messes up the timing. Well, so I know you guys think about timing, but we really need to time it so you can't speed, and speeding will mess with you in ways that just as well as the geometric and design things will mess with you. So again, thanks for this good conversation, and yeah, thank you.
Did you have comments on what Alder Rummel said?
I'm just wondering if my colleagues at the Metro, Mike and Tim, do you want to clarify on the restrictions on East Washington Avenue between First Street and the railroad? Other than that, I really appreciate Alder Rummel's comments. I agree with a lot of those.
I don't see Mike.
For progression.
I'm sorry, I'm here. I just stepped away for a second.
Yep, you're unmuted. Yep. Go ahead, Mike. Whoops. You're
Sorry,
good,
what was
Mike.
the question? Mike, the question had been the proposed parking limitations between the railroad tracks and First Street on East Washington.
Yeah. As to how it would help, or I'm sorry, I stepped away for just a second. As to how it would help, one of the issues for us. So just to go into a little bit of detail about the parking restrictions that we're asking for, one of the issues is that at Baldwin Street, we have the bus stop and then we're kind of parked in on both sides. So eastbound approaching the intersection, we if we can have some parking restrictions going back, we can bypass the queues in the right lane and then slide into the bus stop without waiting for the queues to clear. And then leaving the bus stop, if we have a little bit of acceleration distance, we can merge into traffic a lot better. And then once we get over the river and past the railroad tracks, we end up with this sort of weird situation where it's kind of similar. We have a bus stop eastbound near side of First Street. And what happens is there's a handful of single family homes there, rentals or duplexes or whatever. And there's often like one car parked there. And we have the same situation at First Street where if there's no cars parked there, we can bypass the queues at First Street and we can just slide right into the bus stop. And it's just perfect. It works very well. So our goal is to remove the parking there so that we can bypass the queues at First Street and slide into the bus stop. So the strategy is sort of similar at Baldwin and First.
Can you explain Railroad Street?
I think it was the railroad, wasn't it?
Oh, maybe it was my misunderstanding then.
Yeah, it's the curved former. I think what we asked for was between the curved former Wisconsin and Chicago and Northwestern Railroad and First Street. I think is what we asked for. I haven't looked at this for a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, Inger, Mark, is that what we're planning? Do you know? I noticed that too. It said between the railroad and First Street, but there's two railroads.
Well, there's a railroad street that parallels East Washington, and I wondered if there was thinking about the parking relationship, but I think I just missed the railroad.
Yeah, it's a railroad, not a railroad street.
The railroad. I'm sorry.
Okay, did that answer your question, Alder Rummel?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any other comments on Vision Zero?
So, and I didn't see any one in the queue. Just want to quickly mention a couple of things. One is that it sounds we got a pretty good support from the commission on moving forward on this, and on some of the equipment purchase, such as the speed trailers. So we may, so we're going to check with the vendor on, what's the lead time on that. So we may start that purchase process, before the commission and the council had a chance to formally approve this. So hopefully, that's not an issue. But if somehow the commission or council decide not to support that portion, we'll stop that process, or we find some other money for it. But we may need to move forward on that so that we can have those speedboards in time to help the project. So that's the first thing. So the second thing, I really want to thank Lieutenant Ferrari and other MPD colleagues on working with us developing these projects, and also the pet bike projects. We spent a lot of time on it. And I want to share a really quick story. This morning we met with a couple of folks from Bloomberg Associates, on Vision Zero initiative, and they commented that it's so rare to see traffic folks and police work so nicely together, so close together. So I think that's just so rare, among all the cities. So I think that's a good compliment for us and also for the commission, because we know that the commission really pushed very hard for us to work, beyond our silos, to work together. And I think we have done that, and I think we impressed the Bloomberg Associates at least. So yeah, thank you, Commission.
Great. Well, great discussion about Vision Zero. Any other comments before we move on? Okay, thanks. And Yang, it sounds like you got the feedback that you're looking for.
Yes.
All right, great. Okay, next, I guess I should ask at this point, we're at 4 hours now. Is anybody interested in taking a 5-minute break, or you just want to power on? If anybody's interested in a break, why don't you raise hands? How's that? I don't see anybody raising hands. Okay, Chris, we'll move on to Transportation Improvement Plan.
All right, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to try and share my screen here. Is that working?
It is.
Okay. So it is 9 o'clock. Are folks interested in kind of a more express version of this presentation?
I guess I think that might be appropriate, but I certainly would ask if anybody is opposed to that they raise their hand. And Chris, you gave at the end of your presentation, you gave your contact information. So if people have additional thoughts that they want to share, they would be welcome to send it to you. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll kind of go through the slides. Actually, let me show you exactly what was included. Did the email go out today to the commissioners?
It did. Yes, we got several attachments. We got the slides, we got a map, and then we got a couple lists of projects.
Yeah. So let me just introduce this a little bit. So Transportation Improvement Program is our.
Can you hang on 1 second, Chris?
What was that?
I just want to. Harold raised his hand. Let's see what he has to say. Hang on. Go ahead, Harold.
just a quick question that might help us frame this discussion. Like, what is the ask of the Transportation Commission tonight? I think that might help to understand and put this all in perspective. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let me just do an intro and it'll kind of let you know. So Transportation Improvement Program, our TIP, is basically our list of construction projects on roadway and ped bike projects. And what I usually do is around budget time, I go around to various committees and get input from the committees, from their perspective of our program, and that helps me issue our budget, our budget request for our engineering section. And I have a dog who's snoring here. 1 second. Wake up. Okay. Dog couldn't make it into the 4th hour. She's tuckered out. But so anyways, usually I go to a number of different committees. I'm not sure how many I'm actually going to be able to do this year and which committees are going to be meeting. So thank you very much for meeting me today and letting me be on the agenda. So in the email, what you guys received is our draft major streets and draft ped bike. And these are the various programs and projects that essentially encompass our budget requests. So what you see here is a list of projects that we're either evaluating or that are not scheduled, or the ones that are scheduled in the 5 years of the TIP. And so it's in alphabetical order, and then also includes the program information like resurfacing or reconstruct streets or bikeways, and I'll get into that in a minute. So there's a major street spreadsheet that basically relates to our major street budget, and then let's see here, the ped bike spreadsheet as well. And then I have also in the attachments, there's just a map of all the projects laid out. These are all the majors, the reconstructs, the resurfacings, and the ped bike projects. And then there was a PDF version of the presentation here. So those should all be in your email. And if you have comments later, just please feel free to email me. So how does the project get in the budget? There's a number of different ways. Safety is one issue. Deteriorated pavement is a very popular issue. Ped bike improvements, bridge condition, utilities. Utilities actually is a major factor into kind of our resurfacing program, and utilities with resurfacing is one of our major programs. And that's a lot of times how projects get in a TIP. Also coordinating with developers, other municipalities, and neighborhood plans, and then very, very rarely roadway congestion. So the way I kind of do this is usually I kind of highlight some of the major projects and some of the major programs, and kind of go around the city in like a quick counterclockwise motion. So starting with downtown, we have a few projects in the TIP here. One new project that was recently approved for TAP funds is 2024 West Main Street improvements. So looking at a new RRFB and potentially some bike boulevard improvements on Main Street. We have some resurfacing scheduled with utilities. There's a lot of water main breaks and resurfacing on West Wash from Bedford to Broome. We have a couple of projects, East Doty Street and East Wilson, that are scheduled for reconstruct when the Judge Darrell Square project is complete and the Wilson Corridor Street is complete. And then also Blair Street and John Nolan Williamson intersection So that project's a joint project with WISDOT in 2022, reconstruct. A little further south, we have John Nolan Drive. That is a pretty major project for us. We're looking at reconstructing from North Shore down to Olin Avenue. And included in that would be the replacement of the 6 bridges, 3 northbound and 3 southbound bridges on the causeway here. Those bridges are nearing the end of their service life and are getting close to due for reconstruction. So this would be a project that we're looking at in a 25-26 timeframe, and also would be applying for federal funds with the MPO. Moving west, we have University Avenue, which we just talked about last month. That's the geometry approval. This is the reconstruction project from Shorewood Boulevard to University Bay Drive in 22. Further out west, we have Pleasant View Road. It's the joint project with City of Middleton, is MPO funded, and it stretches from Highway 14 down to Timberwolf Trail, just north of the Old Sauk Road intersection. Would be a new boulevard with multi-use path. Okay, Westtown Path is another project we've been working on over the years, and just recently we're awarded TAP funds for the 23 phase 3 section out here on the west. That's along Plaza Drive and Junction Road, or Watts Road. Ultimately, this will connect Junction over to all the way over to Whitney Way. And looking at in 25, 26, maybe even earlier if possible, looking at completing that stretch between High Point and Gammon. As most of you know, probably right now, the Gammon underpass is being constructed right now, and that path is being extended over to Struck Street, where the existing Westtown path terminates. That will be complete this fall. Okay, in the South Park Street area, we have a few projects. We're looking at concrete repairs from West Wash to Olin Avenue in the southbound lanes in 2022, and also from the railroad down to Badger Road. Last year, we did the northbound lanes. Worked out pretty well. We're taking a break while Fitchburg is doing their Fish Hatchery Road reconstruction, and then we plan to pick that back up in 2022. Also have a new Cedar Street extension in the by the Dean Clinic here, and also I think on my next slide here, we're looking at jumping back on the Cannonball Path. We've talked about this a number of times over the years. Our staff has met with the newspaper folks and looking like we might be able to get our easements that we might need for that one. So hoping to try to implement something there in the near future in a couple of years if possible, and utilize some TIF funds if we can. So that would be extension of the Cannonball Path along the railroad corridor, and then behind the Bowman Fields up to Winger Drive, and extend that Cannonball Path where it stops right now at Fish Hatchery Road. That would extend to the Winger Path and complete that Cannonball. County AB, this is a new project in the tip. This is the new interchange over Highway 1218, and a joint project with Ho-Chunk and WISDOT and the county, and some new frontage roads to really help with some safety issues that we have at Mill Pond and County AB. So that'd be a new interchange, currently proposed in 2022. Okay. rotating around here a little bit on the east side now. We got Garver Path planned. I think that was at your meeting last month too, so I won't go too far into it, but essentially a path from Sugar Avenue up to Wisconsin, Milwaukee Street, and 3 new bridges. Autumn Ridge Path is another path project that we've been working on the design a little bit here. What this would do is extend a new path from Portland Parkway and Milwaukee Street intersection. Actually, expand a park path up to this local street neighborhood here, and then utilize on-street method to get up around the High Stand Park and over Highway 30 on a new bridge. And what this does is really connects some of these northeastern neighborhoods to, and get to Portland Parkway, get to Dawes Street, which are bikeable streets, and that connect through the Garver Path will connect to the Cap City Trail. Atwood Avenue is street reconstruct. We're planning to reconstruct from Fair Oaks to Cottage Grove Road. That's still programmed for 2025. Would be one of our asks for federal funds on the next round of MPO federal fund requests. Troy Drive Underpass is a new underpass of the railroad at Troy Drive to replace the sidewalk on the north side, the sidewalk culvert. There has been some discussion about maybe possibly working with the railroad to rebuild the bridge. So we're kind of pausing on the underpass right now to see if we can find a way to get that bridge funded, but currently showing funds in our budget for 2024. As I mentioned, there's in that spreadsheet there lists our major projects as well as our programs. So what our programs are kind of funding pots where we fund a number of different smaller type projects. So Reconstruct Streets is where we look at trying to reconstruct more local streets, smaller scale projects. Right now we have about 4.8 miles scheduled for 2021. There's a number of projects here that are carried over from this year. Basically, they're going to be bid this fall and built next year, but utilizing 2020 funds. And then another list. You guys can take a look on the map and let me know if you have any questions, comments, concerns about these projects. So these are reconstructs where we'll pull out the entire base, the entire pavement, all the curb and gutter, and all of the driveway aprons. This is kind of the last resort for a street. There's no more small, quick repairs that can be done anymore. It needs to be reconstructed. Our next program, pavement management, is where we try to extend the life of those streets so that they don't get to the reconstruct. As you can see, both of these programs have a similar amount of funding, about 10 million roughly each year. And we can get about 4 miles of reconstruct. Whereas with pavement management, we can chip seal between 50 and 70 miles. And we can crack seal between 50 and 100 miles, and then do a lot of patching on streets and resurface it. We can resurface another 6.5 miles. So this is a really important program to kind of prolong the life of our streets and make sure that they don't get to that reconstruct phase. some projects are just a little bit too far gone, and they need to reconstruct. But this is a really important program for us. As I mentioned, there's a number of streets here. I won't go through all of them. You guys can look at the list and look at the map, and essentially, usually the reconstructs are streets that are rated like a 3, 4, sometimes 5. Pavement management are streets that are more like a 6, 6 out of 10. So they're not quite as bad, and you can freshen them up and make them last a little bit longer. Bikeways program is a program in the PED bike budget. Generally is reserved for resurfacing bike paths. We'll also build some smaller path projects and look at some wayfinding and signature route improvements. For 2021, we'd like to finish the remainder of the Southwest Path that is all rated around a 5 out of 10, and take care of that. That's a big chunk of the money that would be required. Also, some projects we're considering are a couple Demetral path extensions. One by 3rd Street where the Quick Trip is. It's possible that we might be able to come to agreement with the owner there and be able to build that extension to 3rd Street. Also, there's over by 1st Street, there's a thin section that's left over that we'd like to get at, and possibly a bike station that might be a nice amenity for that neighborhood and nearby the public market. Other candidate projects in the future, I think we still want to get at that Winnebago Riverside, but we're waiting for the corridor study there. Lower Badger Mill Creek Path is another one, Tantra Drive, and Dawes Street Greenway Ped Crossing. So those are some of the things we're looking at for future years in that program, as well as each year resurfacing any of the 5s or less of the bike paths. Sidewalk program, also an incredibly important program for us. There's 2 parts of the sidewalk program. There's the ordered repairs. We go around each 2 districts a year, roughly, and basically repair the sidewalks in the entire city over a 10-year period. This year we're in districts 4 and 8. Next year, looking at 13 and 14 for those repairs. The second part of the program is new sidewalks. So that's little either 1 block or 2 or 3 house missing gaps in the sidewalk network. And the projects we're looking at this year are on this list here. The first 5, I think, were scheduled for this year, but we got slowed down with some staffing issues and also the stay-at-home order. But hoping to design those this fall and over the winter and do our best to try to get almost all of these implemented next year. So those would be all sidewalk segments that would be coming to the Transportation Commission at some point in the next, I'd say, 6 to 10 months or so. Okay, lastly, just a quick status of the streets. We rate the streets we rate half of the streets each year. So every 2 years, we get around to looking at every street, and we rate it out of a condition of 1 to 10, 10 being a brand new, perfect street. And we have goals that we try to keep. In the case of our local streets, so those are the smaller residential streets, we try to keep less than 30% of miles at or below 5, and we have been meeting that goal for quite some time, and continue to do well there. Collector streets, so these are kind of the in-betweener streets. They're collector streets in the neighborhood, we try to have a little bit higher goal of less than 20% of total miles, less at or below 5. We've been dropping a little bit on this one with the collector streets. So you can see in last year we were up to 25%. So that's something we're going to keep our eye on. And then arterial streets, we have even a more aggressive goal of less than 15% of total miles of arterial streets at or below 5. We are up now to 25. This is an issue, as you know, as budgets continue to kind of be tough to work with. We have to try to do more and more with that resurfacing program to address these issues. And as you can see, we had we were at the goal about 2010, and then we've been kind of slipping a little bit. And then last few years we've been able to hold it steady, but not gain a lot of ground. But it's good that it's not getting worse, at least. It's important to keep up with these things, and we'll keep trying to do that with that resurfacing program, and then the majors, the federally funded as best we can. Okay, paths. We've recently started rating our paths on a similar time frame as the streets, and right now we are at 10% of miles at or below condition 5. A majority of that is that southwest path, and we plan to get at a chunk of those a little bit this year, and hopefully the rest of it next year. So I think in a couple presentations from now, you'll see this number drastically decline. So I think we're in pretty decent shape with the paths. As I mentioned, how to get info. We got our website with all our projects. My phone and email are there. Please take a chance to take a look at the project listings. If there's projects that folks are interested in us taking a look at and trying to get on the schedule, please let us know. Sometimes it takes a little bit. Reconstructs, it's kind of hard to get on that list. There's a lot of streets and not a lot of money to get to, but some of those smaller items like the pavement management, chip seals, those kinds of things we can get at a little more quickly. As well as, a lot of the stuff that Yang was talking about earlier today with ped bike enhancements. That's a program in the ped bike budget. Neighborhood traffic calming, that's a program in our major streets. So that's kind of where the clearinghouse of all these projects are in these two budgets, the major streets and ped bikes. So please let us know about any of those kinds of projects that you're interested in. And that is all I had.
Okay, Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. Two quick questions, Chris. One, you just mentioned the ped bike enhancement program. So it looks like on the chart this year we had 430,000 for that program, and in future years it's more like 240. Do you know what that change is about?
Yeah. So I should mention too. I apologize for getting you guys this stuff late. We just got our budget info from the mayor last week, and I've been drastically trying to pull all this together. You guys only meet one time before our budget's due. Our budget requests are due, so I had to get it to you when I get it to you. But specifically for ped bike enhancements, what happened there? I can't recall if it was a budget amendment or at some points. Our general funding has been around that 240, 230 level, I think. And let's see, what was it? Yeah, 243. What happened last year is there was 200,000 added in for protected bike lanes. I think Tom advocated for that and got that. I forget if it was a budget amendment done by someone or it was done through the budget process with the mayor. But that was the status for that bump, and that was some of those things that Mark and Renee have been looking at with that money that Yang was describing earlier today.
Okay, so the 430, I don't remember it being an amendment, so I'm thinking it was maybe just included in the base budget that was presented. So the 430 was sort of more the outlier, and then it had 200 extra.
Yes.
Than the typical that has been more in that 240 range.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question was, I didn't see the kind of west section, West Wilson and Wilson Broom on the.
Oh. Yep. Yeah, the reason that's not in there is because
that already funded.
Yeah, so it's just waiting for that corridor study to be done, and then we'll bid those plans out.
Perfect. That's what I was thinking. And then just one quick comment: you might want to update your slide that on the sidewalk ones to update Alder Reddy to Alder Prestigiacomo.
Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Hey, we can save if you want to amend it and send it back to Patrick, we can make sure that the correct one is saved out there, Chris.
Oh, for the Alder change? Yeah, I can change that and
yeah.
Send it to Patrick. Yep.
Yeah. Is that all you had then, Grant?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see, is there anybody else have any comments for Chris? A lot of work obviously went into this, Chris, and it's very, very important. And it's something that, you know, we've seen a lot of these projects in various different items that you've brought to us. So this sort of puts it all together for us, which is very helpful. So it's great to have this presentation. If people have an opportunity to look at it in more detail and see questions or comments that they want to send, you know, please, you're looking for that information over the next couple weeks, right, Chris?
Yep. That's correct.
Okay, anybody have anything else on this? Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, in terms of general announcements from the chair, we have another TC meeting approved for June 24th. I believe Patrick has that on your calendars. I know we were hoping to have our meetings not be quite as long. What I will tell you is that we were asked if we could combine our June and May meetings into one. And I said that was impossible because we just had too much to cover and showed them all the items that we had for May and June. So we did get 2 meetings approved, which is good. But we'll keep you posted on that. The other item I would like to talk about is with the reduction in frequency of our meetings, Natalie had asked if we'd ever consider using a consent agenda. And we had in the past, but it really wasn't going to help us out too much because we met more frequently. In the spirit of being as efficient as we can, I am planning to move ahead if there aren't any objections from the members and start using a consent agenda with the June 24th meeting. You know, a simple example of it was what we did earlier where we combined several routine items into one and just approved them. So John Strange would help us make sure this is on our agenda. I did some research on the Plan Commission, the council, talked with John about it. Prior to each meeting, an email would be sent out to the commissioners identifying those items we plan to include on the consent agenda. At the meeting, commissioners can request separation of any item from the consent agenda, and we would handle it as we would in the normal fashion on the agenda. And these are typically routine items where we don't expect discussion or debate. So does anybody have any objection to us using a consent agenda? Hopefully not, because it should help us be more efficient. Okay. And then we did post in Legistar the agenda items that we have for the June meeting, we would add the budget amendment related to Metro's tire purchase. That was referred from this evening, and of course, anything else that gets referred by the council or anything else that comes up. Does anybody have any other items that you want to, any critical items you need for the June meeting, or any other items you want us to consider for future meetings? Alder Foster, yes. Sorry. There you go.
In our conversation about the pet bike enhancements, Ying had mentioned the sort of importance of the subcommittee, you know, looking at some of these bigger picture things that we've talked about and kind of the future of how that will work in terms of the public comment aspect and sort of all those things. Obviously with COVID, that's been one we were right about to have our first meeting, and that got, well, we canceled it. I guess as you're having your conversations about scheduling for these sessions, I guess I'm interested in others' thoughts, but I'd like to make sure that we're getting a sense of when that subcommittee would be able to meet. You know, we're a few months behind on it at this point. I think we were anticipating it was maybe going to be a 9-month or so effort, and it'd be great to make sure we've are able to do that work before, you know, next year's version of that. So I guess I'm just kind of raising the question. I don't know if in your conversations with staff, perhaps that's something that could be discussed and raised with the to try and get that that subcommittee to be able to meet.
I know that they are trying to have more meetings be able to be held. I don't know where our subcommittee would be on that list. Haven't asked that question, but we'll bring that forward to make sure that we do ask that question. Anybody have any other comments? Okay, all right. I would ask for motion to adjourn. Somebody want to raise their hand? All right, Alder Foster, who wants to second? Mr. Bremer, excellent. I'm going to assume that there are no objections to a unanimous consent unless anybody raises their hand, and hopefully nobody will. Okay, thank you very much. And thanks again to Joe and Stefan for helping us from IT. And thanks to everybody for hanging with us for this long. Really accomplished a lot tonight, and look forward to talking